Good morning, all. The Department of Political Science, St. Aloysius College, Autonomous, Mangaluru, in association with the National Commission for Women, India has organized an international webinar titled Reproductive Choice of Women, a Fundamental Right. The National Commission for Women was set up as a statutory body in the year 1992. And under this, today it reviews the constitutional and legal safeguards for women, recommends remedial legislative measures, facilitates redressal of grievances, and advises the government on all policy matters affecting women. In keeping with this mandate, today the Commission has initiated various steps, including an international webinar, in order to improve the status of women and has worked for their economic empowerment. The international webinar aims for better implementation or even modification of existing policies, schemes, programs, or projects relating to welfare and empowerment of women. Before we proceed with the formal inaugural, I request Rudolph and Romero to invoke the Almighty's blessings.
Make me a means of your peace. Where there's sadness there, let me sow your joy. Where there's darkness near, may your light dispel our fears. Lord, make me a means of your peace. Lord, grant me to seek and to share, less to be consoled than to help console, less be understood than to understand your good. Lord, make me a means of your peace. Lord, make me a means of your peace.
Thank you, Rudolph and Romero. I call upon Dr. Rosvira D'Souza, the coordinator of today's program and Dean of Faculty of Arts, HOD of Political Science, to formally welcome the gathering and also introduce our resource persons.
Good morning and welcome to you all to this significant webinar, which is very significant for the well-being of the women and the society, titled Reproductive Choice of Women, a Fundamental Right, organized by the Department of Political Science and Aloysius College Autonomous under the initiative of NCW, the National Commission for Women, a joint venture with St. Aloysius College. NCW is a statutory body of Government of India which reviews the constitutional and legal safeguards for women, recommend remedial legislative measures. It organizes promotional activities to mobilize women and get information about their status and recommend paradigm shift in the empowerment of women. It investigates and examines all matters relating to the safeguards provided for women under the Constitution and other laws. To inaugurate this international webinar, the reproductive choice of women, we have amidst us Dr. Ute Richthoy, instructor at SUNY Cortland State University of New York, United States. To give a brief account of Ma'am Ute, She teaches several courses, including human rights in prisons and punishment at SUNY Cortland State University of New York. A doctorate degree from Bingham University, she has made significant contribution to spread awareness on human rights. Apart from her contribution through numerous public lectures on various human rights aspects, she also has published academic articles and contributed chapters on anthologies. Her research interest and activism are in human rights, immigrant rights, prison reform. She has been an area coordinator for Amnesty International in New York State for 10 years, which is a voluntary member leader position. Uti also hosts a weekly one-hour talk radio show called the Human Rights and Social Justice Program on WRFI Community Radio in Ithaca, New York, and has 370 podcasts on SoundCloud. In 2019, she received the Amnesty International Keeper of the Flame Activism Award for her work on human rights education. Dr. Uti is here to deliver the keynote address on the theme, Reproductive Rights of Women, Human Rights Perspective. Madam, we are delighted to have you amidst us. Welcome you, Madam Uti.
And thank you so much to you, Madam Rose, for this wonderful introduction and also for reaching out to me to invite me to this event. I feel very honored to be able to participate. And I would also like to thank all of our participants here today. It's wonderful to see so many people. We have 150 people participating. So it's wonderful to have such a great turnout. Now, my talk today will be an introduction and a human rights overview, and I will leave it to my esteemed colleagues in India to talk about the specific situation in India and the solutions that make sense for India.
Thank you, Madam. Probably, I have a little more introductory role to play here. We will, I think, in another 10 minutes, we will be beginning our keynote address.
Sure, my apologies.
Yes, yes. The principal of our college, Reverend Dr. Father Praveen S.J., is here with us today to preside over this inaugural of this webinar. Known for his dynamism, Father has been a driving force and inspiration to all our endeavors at the department. Rather, he encourages us to do better. Happy to have you, Father. Welcome you. We have representatives of the NCW for this webinar, the SROs, probably Sir Gunjan and Sir Gaurav. Hearty welcome to you. The webinar has altogether 3 sessions apart from keynote address. The session 1, 10:30 to 11:30, Reproductive Rights of Women and Indian Constitution by Ms. Flavia Agnes, women's rights lawyer, pioneer of the women's movement in India and co-founder of Majlis, moderated by Ms. Joan Rita O'Brien. Session 2, you have Reproductive Rights of Women and Area for Gender Sensitization by Dr. Rita Noronna, Director, Center for Development Studies and Education, Mangaluru, moderated by Dr. Dina D'Souza. Session 3, Reproductive Rights and Public Health by Dr. Vijay Roy, Assistant Professor at the Center for Women's Development Studies, New Delhi, moderated by Dr. Shakila Aite. We'll have the student panelists for the valedictory program from 2:30 to 3:30, where students are most welcome to have an interaction. So welcome to all our panelists, especially Ms. Flavia Agnes. I think she was to be here for the inaugural. She showed a lot of interest, and I'm sure she has joined already. And if she has joined, Madam, thank you so much for joining for the inaugural. Welcome to you. We are so happy that we have somebody who is a public policy consultant and who has taken a great role in improving our public policies about women in this nation. Welcome to our finance manager, Father Vincent, Father Leo, who is always a well-wisher, HR faculty, directors, deans, HOD, to all my colleagues at the department as well as at the college. Welcome to the technical staff, Sir Royal, Glenn, and team. My hearty welcome to the press and print and electronic media. It is well said, feminism is not about making the women strong. I feel women are already strong. But it is changing the way the world perceives their strength. Hope this webinar evokes humane and right attitude towards the reproductive choices of women. And our young students here think consciously about this particular aspect. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. This international webinar has been made possible today with the necessary impetus given by Reverend Dr. Praveen Martis SJ, the principal of St. Aloysius College, Autonomous Mangaluru. I request Father Principal to give his presidential message.
Respected dignitaries, resource persons, scholars, guests, friends, members of the faculty, and my dear student participants. Today, St. Aloysius College, in association with NCW, the Department of Political Science here, and NCW organizes an international webinar on reproductive choice of women, a fundamental right. And in this topic, the very many aspects of women will be discussed. I think this is very significant, as Dr. Rosevira, the head of the Department of Political Science, very well said it. We need to really understand we are moving ahead. We are in the 21st century. The several rights of women were not considered many years ago. As we move on, women are fighting for it. I feel that it is not somebody should fight for it. It's a human right. The people should be gender sensitive and it should get it. I think everybody should have the right to live here and live happily, joyfully, and we all are equal. I think that aspect is very, very important when it considered to be a human right. Let these deliberations that we're having today throw light upon such important issues. And let's all live with human dignity. Let that human dignity come to all of us, irrespective of whether we are male or female, so that we can live in harmony. Live in harmony so that we can really help others to take it forward. I would like to especially thank the Department of Political Science for coming up with such a very important aspect today to discuss and deliberate. I also would like to thank all the resource persons who are involved from USA and different parts of the world. They're all going to throw light upon such an important topic. Let the deliberation go on. Let's all engage ourselves, evolve, and enlighten one another. Good wishes to all of you. God bless us.
Thank you, Father, for that beautiful message that not women's fight for right, but to be sensitized to accept it as women's right. This is a very important message for today. We move on to the next program, and that is the keynote address by Dr. Ute Ritz-Deutsch. She will address us on the title, Reproductive Rights of Women, a Human Rights Perspective. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, would it be possible for me to share my screen because I do have a PowerPoint lecture, or is that something that you can do at your end?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Madam, you're made the co-host, so you have the rights to share your screen.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
So, I would like to thank again Madame Rose Vera de Souza for inviting me and for organizing this. And also for letting me go first, because we are still late a Tuesday night here. And, you are ahead of us, so you're already in Wednesday morning. But my talk today will be a human rights overview. So I will talk about some of the human rights issues. I think it can be very helpful to use that language to argue in case, for example, before government and to hold government accountable. Many of your students will have studied in the social sciences, and as you start out, you learn new vocabulary, you learn that language, and that's the way I feel about human rights. It is important to learn that language and to learn the concepts, and that can be part of empowerment. So in terms of human rights, and this also relates to women's rights and discrimination against women and abuses, I think it's very important to understand that these happen at several levels. The internal, people internalize either a sense of self-worth, or they may internalize that they are not considered as worthy as other people, whether or not it's feeling not as worthy as men, or not as worthy as people belonging to other classes or castes or other groups. So on that level, things have to be addressed. The interpersonal level is very important, how we treat each other, and treating each other with kindness, treating each other with respect and understanding. But change also has to happen on an institutional level and on a systemic level, and I will speak to some of that. I will start out by giving some statistics about what women and girls around the world are facing, and that includes women's sexual and reproductive rights, and how they're oftentimes not able to exercise those rights, and what consequences this has, for their lives. And I will also talk about domestic violence in that context. Then I will introduce the human rights framework by looking, at several things. The UDHR, that's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The CEDAW, that's the Convention on the Elimination of All Discrimination Against Women. So that is the international treaty. The ICESCR is the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And then, we have the Beijing Platform, many others as well, and more recently, the Sustainable Development Goals, which is part of the United Nations 2030 agenda. And then at the end, I do have recommendations, but we'll have to see how much time is left. I may really run over those more quickly. Now, why are girls and women not treated well in so many countries? I think a lot of that is rooted in culture very deeply, in our cultural beliefs, in our customs and norms. One aspect of it is that in some cultures, men are raised to believe that it is their right to dominate, and some of this may come also out of their own sense of insecurity. So, for example, if they themselves are not able to properly provide for their families, they might take that out on other family members. Mistreatment of women can happen anywhere, in any society and any class, but it is more likely to happen in patriarchal societies where women are valued less than men. Obviously, there is a lot of differentiation with that too, and not every single group in every country is the same. People experience things very differently. Now, women and girls globally are more likely to live in poverty, are more likely to be uneducated, and they're also more likely to experience domestic and sexual violence. And that includes, rape, which is used as a weapon during war. This particular aspect I will not touch on in this talk, but I wanted to mention that. And of course, as social scientists, we are always looking to understand the intersection between race, gender, class, caste, and then we can add other categories, religion, ethnic status, and so on. Now, just to look at some of the statistics, in developing countries, 1 out of 3 girls is married before the age of 18. And every day, around 30,000 girls are married, and many of them to older men. And many of these girls have no say in the matter. You know, they're pressured by family members into these relationships, into these marriages. For girls ages 15 to 19, the leading cause of death is from complications related to pregnancy or childbirth. And every day, around 800 women around the world die giving birth. Now, according to the World Health Organization, more than 225 million women who would like to avoid pregnancy or to delay pregnancy do not have access to modern contraception. So, you know, that certainly disadvantages them as well, because if girls start family too young, there are all kinds of other opportunities that are closed off to them. First of all, you know, if there are complications because they are pregnant when they are teenagers, that could lead to disability and even death. But also, many girls do not have access to education. They cannot improve their lives. They cannot find paid work outside the home. So that continues a cycle of dependency and poverty. And in some countries, women are not able to inherit property, or they are not allowed to keep their own property. And of course, the more children a family has, the less resources there are for each individual child. And that, again, kind of prolongs poverty and may lead to food insecurity in many cases, and also to poor health. Now, looking at domestic violence, you know, it is really heartbreaking to understand this statistic, because it is more than a statistic. You know, it's the real life experience of so many women. Globally, about 1 in 3 women and, you know, girls age 15 and older will experience domestic and sexual violence in their lifetime. That is 1 out of 3. That is a staggering number. It has been that way for some years. And if the trend continues, you know, it will be that way, that 1 out of 3, and, you know, we're looking at a lot of students who are joining us today, you know, may experience that. So we really need to address this issue on the various levels that I laid out before. Domestic violence has a tremendous impact on the personal lives of girls and women. For many of them, it is not just the physical harm, but also the psychological harm. It creates fear, anxiety, depression, feelings of shame, feelings of worthlessness, you know, poor self-esteem, thoughts of suicide, and some people actually end up taking their lives. Many suffer from post-traumatic stress. So these are the kinds of things that people carry with them throughout their entire life. These are not memories that are easily lost or forgotten. And it's not just memories in our minds, you know, it is also the body remembers. The body remembers the trauma, and that can, you know, also cause physical health issues as well. According to the United Nations Population Fund, every hour, 9 women are murdered by a partner or family member. That is an average of 137 women every day. So if I'm speaking here for 20 minutes, during that time, 3 women somewhere in the world will have gotten murdered by family members. During the COVID-19 pandemic, during the corona pandemic, things have gotten worse because many people lost their jobs. Many people were in lockdown or quarantined in their homes. There was a lot of anxiety and stress, and domestic violence cases therefore increased. And that happened, as far as I know, in all of the countries. The UN Population Fund alone reached over 900 million survivors of domestic violence with services. Actually, that's the Friends of the UN Population Funds, an organization that engages in advocacy. So this is striking. This is almost 1 billion people out of a population of, over 7 billion. But that is striking, and this is definitely something that needs to be addressed. Now, looking at it from a human rights perspective, we have something called the International Bill of Human Rights. And there are 3 components to that. First of all is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There are 30 articles that encompass a wide range of rights, including civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights. And these 30 articles were adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December the 10th, 1948. Coming out of that, we ended up with the first 2 major subsequent treaties, and that is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Both of them went into force in 1976. And since then, we've had many other international human rights treaties. There are 9 core treaties. The 2 that I just mentioned are part of that. CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, is part of that. But there are many other treaties as well. Now, looking for a moment at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there are several articles that are pertinent to this particular issue we're talking about today, which is the sexual and reproductive rights of women. And that includes, for example, family planning, being able to prevent pregnancies, for example. Article 2 is a prohibition of discrimination. All persons are equal and they cannot be discriminated against regardless of race, regardless of class, regardless of sex. Back in the 1940s, they used the term sex. Nowadays, we understand that to also include gender. The right to life, as I mentioned, we have 800 women a day dying in childbirth. The right to be free from torture, and that, of course, also includes sexual violence. The right to privacy, the right to equality in marriage, which is Article 16. And Article 16 also speaks to the fact that both partners need to be of full age, and it speaks to the equality between the partners and to engage in marriage with a full and free consent. Article 25 deals with the right to health, and Article 26 with the right to education. Now, looking specifically at the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW, there are 2 articles that are particularly pertinent. Article 16 provides to give women equal rights in deciding freely and responsibly on the number and spacing of their children, and to have access to information and education and the means to exercise those rights. And Article 10 gives women's right to education, and that includes information and advice on family planning. Now, I mentioned earlier the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and we have a committee that sort of oversees and meets periodically and takes a look at some of these issues. We've had 2 general comments that I would like to bring to your attention here. In 2000, there was a comment, General Comment 14, that notes states have an obligation to take deliberate, concrete, and targeted steps toward fulfilling the right to health in the context of pregnancy and childbirth. And then in 2016, General Comment 22 basically recommends that states repeal laws that criminalize, obstruct, or undermine access by individuals to sexual and reproductive health facilities, services, goods, and information. Moving on, we had in 1995, the Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing. And it is at that conference that Hillary Clinton, who was then First Lady, kind of popularized the slogan that women's rights are human rights. And that really elevated the issue, sort of to an international platform and consciousness. Coming out of that is the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, and CEDAW monitors its implementation. And coming out of that is not just women having equal rights to make decisions, but women having the right to have control over and decide freely and responsibly on matters related to their sexuality. And that includes reproductive health, free of coercion, discrimination, and violence. So we have many of these international human rights laws and tools that we can use, to make an argument that governments should pursue those obligations and make sure that women and girls can actually exercise these rights that they have. Last but not least, I would like to look at the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the two that are particularly pertinent for our discussion today is SDG 3, which is good health and well-being to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for everyone at all ages. And then each of these goals also has targets, several targets, and one specifically deals with women's right to sexual and reproductive health, and that includes access to information and access to services. SDG 5, that entire goal is devoted to gender equality, to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So if people are not familiar with this, I encourage you to find out more. You can do a search for UN SDG goals and you will find all of them there. Now, in terms of recommendations, let me first start with domestic and sexual violence, with violence against women. There was a report that Amnesty International issued in 2005 on stopping violence against women and calling on states to prevent it, to abolish laws that give impunity to perpetrators, to criminalize rape, but also from a systemic point of view, to address women's poverty and vulnerability. And that, of course, is a huge challenge. There should also be public education programs, and I know many countries have started to do that. That is certainly something that needs to be expanded on, to teach boys and men that violence is wrong and also that it is against the law, to have gender relevant training for government employees, social workers, and so on, and to raise awareness in developing skills among health professionals. Now, in regards to women's health, states need to gather, analyze, and share evidence-based data. So it's very important, to not just rely on culture and tradition, but to be engaged in evidence-based data, to gather it, to analyze it, and to share it with the international community, for example, with these monitoring bodies. To enact laws and policies to assure that women have access to reproductive information and services. And again, to implement policies and trainings, to make people more sensitive to gender-specific issues. Public education, again, is very, very important. And of course, encouraging partners to have conversations that are open and that are respectful. Now, recommendations for local communities, and again, that is really something that has to come from your context, from your communities. But I would just like to say in general that all NGOs, non-governmental organizations, have challenges with capacity and resources. You know, how many hours in one day can somebody work, or how much work can a handful of people do? And can they rise to the occasion when the need for services suddenly increases, as, for example, it did with this pandemic? Here, I would like us to think a little bit about considering solutions that are outside the framework of the state. And what I mean by that is some of these recommendations that I just mentioned, the call for criminalizing rape, call for stricter laws, you know, call for sentences that imprison perpetrators. And there is certainly an argument to be made that this might serve justice, but it may not serve healing. It may not serve, you know, people being able to move beyond the harm that has been done. So there are different models when it comes to justice. One of them is restorative justice, that seeks to restore the community, that seeks to address the harm. And the other one is transformative, that really looks to transform society, you know, from a more systemic and institutional perspective. Now, lastly, let me say a few words about personal relationships. And, you know, I'm just coming at this as a mother, as a researcher, as someone who's been engaged in advocacy and activism for more than a decade now. But going back to what I started out with in the beginning of my presentation, prejudice, discrimination, and ill treatment happens on many different levels: internal, interpersonal, systemic, and you know, on an institutional level as well. So we also need to address the interpersonal. Now, if you are a person of faith, and if you are Christian, you will know about the golden rule. You know, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In other words, treat others the way you want to be treated. And I don't believe that people would like to be abused, and therefore we also should not be abusing people. There is a South African philosophy known as Ubuntu, and Archbishop Desmond Tutu has often spoken about this. And it's basically an understanding that we gain our humanity by being in relationship with other people. So humans are humans to relate through relationship with other humans. We are not isolated. We are not just individual people, you know, that exist by themselves. We are in communities, we are in families, we are in relationships. So it's very important to understand, you know, that this is basically a two-way learning and growth. Now, for women and girls, I believe it means internalizing a sense of self-worth and understanding that everybody deserves a life of dignity, and that you know, women and girls should expect to be treated with dignity, and that they should expect that in their relationships, that they should expect that from their family members and from their partners. And with men and boys, it's understanding that if you treat somebody well, it does not just enhance and enrich the lives of those people you're in a relationship with, but it also enriches your life. You know, it gives you a better feeling about yourself and the role that you play. Last but not least, I would like to very briefly speak about a book that I read as an undergraduate student. It is Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. He had a profound impact on my outlook on life. He was a psychiatrist, and he was also a prisoner in the Nazi death camps during World War II, which he survived. Many of his, well, the rest of his family did not. And he was analyzing the situation in the camps. He was watching people. He was trying to understand why some survive and why some do not. And having hope is really, really important. We need to have hope. And also, You know, sometimes people speak about finding meaning. I'm convinced that we don't find meaning, we make meaning. We make meaning in our lives. And that can be done through meaningful relationships. It can also be done through meaningful work. And we may not always get our dream job, work that we get paid for that is fulfilling, but that should not stop you. You know, volunteer, do unpaid work where you can, you know, make a difference, where you can make a contribution. And last but not least, let me just give you some examples. You know, find where your strength is, find where your passion is, where your talents is. For some people, that might be, you know, helping children with homework or helping elderly people. You know, if you're an artist or a musician, you know, you can create work that is respectful of women. You don't have to write a song that is nasty about women or that denigrates women. You know, we can use our artistic expression, you know, to very positive ends. You might volunteer for an NGO or a law clinic, you know, maybe help write a grant application, for example. You might be able to mediate in a situation or to translate. You know, many of us have difficulty dealing with stress. You know, find a way where you can eliminate or reduce stress in your life. Teach that to others, whether or not that's, you know, through meditation or prayer, you know, however that works for you. And, you know, we all should help each other, not just, you know, deal with stress, but also address various anxieties that we have, or, you know, various anger issues that some people may have. So one of the things that we really don't learn in school is, for example, how to de-escalate situations. When somebody's really angry, how do you talk them down? How can you get them back into a calm space so that things don't escalate? You know, these are the kinds of tools that could be really helpful. And I encourage you, you know, to consider those. Last but not least, there's so much happening on social media. And again, you know, some people are respectful in what they post, and some people are very disrespectful and mean. Some people encourage hatred, you know, some people build on other people's anxiety and fear. You know, I would encourage you to, one, become media literate, you know the difference between what is a fact and what is not. Know the difference between what is misinformation and disinformation, and don't share those. You know, be mindful about how you consume and how you produce media content, or, you know, content on social media. So, you know, that would be my parting advice to you. And I would like to thank you again for giving me the space to talk to you today. And, you know, thank you for everybody for being here. And I'm now willing to open it to questions. We have a little more than 10 minutes, so if anybody has a question, please feel free to ask it. I'm not promising that I can answer it, but I will try.
We have a good crowd even within the college for participating from the Sanithya Hall. I request students, participants in the form of faculty also, to raise questions. Probably to begin with, Dr. Ritz, I have a question. And since you began your talk saying that many a times abuse, violence is rooted deep in culture, how can culture itself, you know, lead to reform, or how can culture bring a kind of progressivism within such communities or societies? Is it possible for culture to be challenged, questioned, and in what way? Because when you speak about culture, it also means that there are community leaders. Leaders can come in the form of head of the family, senior most member. How can we mold such people in order to bring this kind of change? Thank you.
I think that is a really very important question and a very complicated question, and one that we don't have easy answers to, but you're absolutely right. In many communities, you have community leaders. And if those leaders, people who everybody else looks up to for guidance and wisdom, and if those leaders believe that girls and women are not as valuable as boys and men, then it is very difficult to break that. And it is, this is one of the challenges. And I think sometimes it might be easier to change laws than it is to change people's mindset. But I would like to say, most of the time, this is a very slow process. And whenever there is change, there's also a reaction, a pushback. And I think that's one of the things that we're experiencing right now during this time period. But every once in a while in history, things have changed very rapidly as well. And that should give us encouragement. For example, after World War II, when we had this concept of universal human rights, this was a radical shift. Or when we had here in the United States, the civil rights movement in the 1960s and 70s, or we had the women's rights movement, things shifted very rapidly in terms of attitudes, on a societal level. But yes, it is very difficult to address it on that level. And I think it requires an ability to reach out to communities and, to bring about change in some of those rural areas, rural communities as well.
Thank you, Madam. There's one question, two questions which have been put on Zoom, and there's one question from Sanidhya. In the meanwhile, I also request some members to put their questions. There are students participating from Department of Economics and Department of Social Work also.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
seeing.
the first question that has been put by Dr. Shakila Hegde. She's an assistant professor in Department of Political Science. Her question is: moral and ethical upliftment of people as measures to overcome women-related issues, as you have advised, is very impressive. I repeat, moral and ethical upliftment of people as measures to overcome women-related issues, as you have advised, is very impressive. But will that be effective always? And second question is why every time women are facing violence, why they cannot face it? This is by one of our students, Lionel Joshua. Why every time women are facing violence, and what are the reasons why they cannot face it? Madam, if you can club it with another third question, we have Dr. Jono Rita.
So thank you for those questions. To the first question, whether or not moral and ethical uplift will be enough or will be effective. And I think the answer to that is no, because we also need changes on the institutional and the systemic level. And that does require laws, for example. And it does require an entire shift in the institutions. So one of the things that is really important, for example, is addressing poverty and, is addressing issues of class and caste, especially, in a country like India. So these systemic changes are also incredibly challenging. And, we have many people, for example, who were lifted out of poverty in recent decades, but we have too many people who remain in poverty. And that makes it very difficult to bring about some of the changes that we need to see. So it is not just a moral and ethical uplift. That is part of the solution, but we definitely need to address these systemic challenges as well. Now, to the question why every time women are facing violence, they cannot face it, that is also a really good question and a very complicated one. But oftentimes, one, it might be that a woman does not feel that she deserves to be treated better, that she believes that this is her station in life, that she resigns herself to her position. Oftentimes, especially if children are involved, there are other considerations. If the woman pushes back, if she fights back, maybe the children will be hurt, or if she leaves the husband, maybe she will lose her children. Or, if she speaks out or if she calls the police, maybe she believes this will bring shame upon the family or the community. So it is not always just on an individual level. Oftentimes, people are in relationships where, they start out as loving relationships and then they deteriorate. And by then, people are too far in, they are too deeply entrenched and they find it very difficult to get out, especially if women are in a relationship where there's domestic violence. It is actually very difficult to get out. And that moment of transition, that moment where a woman is about to leave or has just left, also tends to be the most dangerous. And that's why it's really important for women who seek help to get educated and to get advice, and to know what their rights are, also in regards to their children, before they take such steps. Okay, another question I see in the chat is, do you think unqualified support for abortion rights at any point in pregnancy? That is also a very difficult and a very sensitive question. And in many Western countries, the right to an abortion is granted to women in the first trimester. And in some countries, and that includes the United States, the Supreme Court initially ruled that it is a privacy right, that neither the government, nor religious leaders have the right to interfere in a woman's right to choose. From a medical perspective, before, at the end of 3 months or before the fetus is 4 months old, the fetus is not viable. And there's no brain development, so there's no consciousness. So there are many different reasons why the first trimester in many Western countries has been accepted as being in that time period where women can choose. Rarely is there freedom of choice beyond that. So if a woman is in the second trimester, it is usually not abortion, but rather a miscarriage. And it's usually only done, sometimes it naturally happens, but in terms of medical intervention, it is usually only done if the life of the mother is at risk. Some countries are extremely restrictive. One of the more restrictive laws is in El Salvador, where abortion is outlawed, where the fetus is protected from the moment of conception. And in El Salvador, even if a woman is raped or if the pregnancy is a result from incest, her father having forced himself on her, or a brother and so on, even in those instances, she's not allowed to have an abortion. And also in El Salvador, women are criminalized, and many of them have been criminally charged with manslaughter and are spending many years in prison. So, that also poses numerous human rights violations. What I personally think about abortion, I think women make these decisions because they come from a very desperate place. These are never decisions that are made lightly, so I'm not in a position to judge anybody who has gone through this very painful path. Let me see. Okay, another question is, tell us how to overcome deep-seated cultural beliefs, values, and customs. That is so difficult. As I already mentioned, I think on some level, it is interpersonal, how we relate with each other. And let me give you an example. Let's say there is a group of young men who are partying. They're having fun and they're talking back and forth. Here in the United States, it usually involves drinking as well. And if one of them or several of them make disparaging remarks about women, cut down women, if you find yourself in a party like that, speak up and say, this is not okay. I don't like where this conversation is going. I think you should not speak disrespectful. So sometimes it's just being in those particular moments where just expressing our opinion can be helpful. But again, on some level, we also need systemic change. So, and both of these are actually very difficult. Who gets to have reproductive choices in this country? So I'm assuming that the question is about India, and I will defer to my Indian colleagues about that question. And furthermore, how does a person's different identities impact their rights and access to reproductive services? That is also a very good question. Let's say if you have a woman who is forced into marriage at a young age, and she has to leave her parents' house to live in the household of her husband's family. She is isolated. Even if there was a dowry paid, she may be treated as a servant. She may not be able to confide in anybody. She may not be able to leave the house. She may not have, her own phone. She might not be able to get help. I think those are very difficult circumstances. Sometimes people get very desperate, and I really don't find that I can judge that. But sometimes people have been so desperate that they have engaged in sex work. And that too makes them very vulnerable to be beaten up, or to be raped. So definitely I would say people who are in poverty will have added challenges to get out. For somebody who is privileged, they may be able to get access to their own resources. If they have a paid job outside of the house, they may not be as dependent on family members, for example. In some situations, if you are, it might be your religious community that restricts you from having access. So, it could be happening because your husband wants to have as many children as possible, even if the wife does not. It could be that the larger family is pushing for it, but there is an expectation in the community. Now, interestingly, regardless of whether or not it is legal or whether or not it is morally acceptable, abortions will happen and have always happened. And if you consider that slightly more than 50% of the world's population are women, because women tend to live longer than men, right? But in India, it's reversed. Slightly fewer than 50% are girls and women. And that basically speaks to the fact that oftentimes baby girls are killed, or, if families know that it's a baby girl, that that the fetus is a female fetus, they may choose to abort that. So, this is very specifically targeting women. And I think part of that is because, and again, there are differences, from one religion to another. But if you're in a cultural setting where if you have a girl, it means you might have a lifelong debt just to provide for a dowry, then you don't see that girl as a treasured asset. You see that girl as a liability, so this also changes the dynamic. In general, it is often people who are in the upper socioeconomic strata that do practice birth control, that have smaller families because they wish, for example, to make it possible for their children to get a university education, and oftentimes, if women, especially from the lower classes, had access to information that would teach them how to prevent pregnancy, I think we might also have smaller families there. Can women get emergency contraception in a local pharmacy? Here in the United States, they can. And I don't know what the situation is in India. What are the challenges faced in reproductive rights? I think there are many challenges, and many of these I have already spoken about. And certainly, you know, if you are in a place where it's difficult to get information, or some people live so far away from a clinic, they cannot get to a clinic, you know, it might be a transportation issue, or as I mentioned earlier, you know, some women really cannot leave the house very easily. You know, those are issues. There's certainly equity issues as well. So India did a voluntary report to the United Nations about the Sustainable Development Goals, and that report came out in 2020. And so the Indian government recognized that while some progress was made in the goal providing better health care for people, that when it comes to health education, and that includes, you know, people having access to information about sexual and reproductive health, that that is a huge challenge, and that India is really not yet where it needs to be. And again, I will defer to my Indian colleagues to explain, you know, what policy shifts can help to make that happen. Opinion about stigma in case of infertility. I think you're right. There is a lot of stigma to that. I think there is, even here in the United States, a lot of families, a lot of couples, women, but also, you know, their husbands get very heartbroken about that. And, you know, for women, even here, where in the United States, where freedom is very much valued, oftentimes, you know, people ask, oh, do you have children? And if there's a woman who does not have children, and let's say, you know, she might be a little bit older or beyond childbearing age, it is considered odd or strange, you know, people will be taken aback. So it is really, really difficult. There are a lot of fertility services here in this country, but they are also very expensive, you know, so there again, it's a question of accessibility for a lot of people. And of course, adoptions are also possible, but again, that's a class issue. You know, if you have money, then you can also adopt children. If you're poor, you cannot, at least in this country, you cannot. All right. I don't know, do we still have time? I know I've gone a little bit over my time, I think, already. Or do we still have time?
I have a question. You know,
Yes.
reproductive choices. Do you think the institution of marriage should be looked into first? Because when we look at the institution of marriage, the major religions, take it Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, they all talk, they give the objective of marriage, one of the objectives or aims of marriage is sex. And it also becomes the ground for divorce if that is not fulfilled. So consent does not apply in that institution, whereas the law also says that you can be granted a divorce on grounds of not having sexual relationships. So when the consent in the first place is not there, I mean, it's not asked, women, how do we talk about reproductive choices? I mean, we are just already objectified within the religion, within the institution of law. So what do you have to say about this?
That is also a really good question. some men believe it is their right to demand sex. And, I think ideally in a marriage, there's the kind of relationship where people are respected and honored, and where people's boundaries are honored, and where, when it comes to sexual relations, it's mutual, and it is gentle and genuine. In other words, neither person should ever be forced. Now, having said that, here in the United States, it took a long time before rape within marriage was considered rape, because it was expected that a wife's job was to have sex even if she did not want to, and that the husband's right was to force her if she didn't want to. So that was a big shift that happened. And again, sometimes it is laws that push that forward, and sometimes, it's a cultural change. But you're right. This is a very difficult question, and I would encourage, especially the young women in the audience, to again keep in mind that you're valuable and you deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. And if you find yourself in a situation where that is not happening, then you need to confide in somebody who is knowledgeable and who can give you a good advice, and to consider alternatives. I think there can be plenty of very good mutually respectful relationships that do not involve sex, so obviously if the goal is to have children in the family, then on some level sex has to be involved. But I think what you were describing, especially in the context of attitudes toward marriage in the different religions, I think that's a really important point, and again speaks to that cultural diversity. How can we have these conversations? They're difficult conversations to have. But let me point out one thing, and I hope that people will not be upset if I say this. When it comes to Christianity and when it comes to the New Testament, about half of the New Testament was written by Paul. Paul was the person who had a problem with women. Paul was the person who felt that sex should only happen within the confines of marriage, and only for the purpose of, creating offspring. Now, Jesus never had a problem with women. Jesus even spoke to women who were fallen women, who were desperate, who were on the outside of society, who were the women who came to the tomb. The men were not there in the beginning, who stood beside him when he was on the cross. It was the women who stood firm. It was the women who were there. Jesus did not have a problem with women, and Jesus, considering the culture of his time period, he elevated women. And, I think that entire relationship, gender relationships, would have been different if what Jesus tried to teach us would have been able to move forward. And I think that Paul of Tarsus actually took us a step back when it comes to that. So again, I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds, but I firmly believe that Jesus always felt that women are equal to men, and certainly, of course, in the eyes of God, that there is no difference. But in many religions, because of some of the ways in which things are written, make it appear as if women are not as valuable as men, and that is part of the problem. And I think what is important is to understand the essence, the intent of some of the messages that Jesus relayed. And sometimes people have their own interpretations of the Bible, so I will not say more about that. But definitely having women being in equal relationships with men and respectful is something that you can find foundations in, even in religious texts.
Actually wonderful listening to you. And ma'am, yeah, my name is Ashwila, ma'am, and I'm a second year student at the college. My doubt is, ma'am, I don't know if I'm telling this wrongly or I shouldn't be telling this, but we all come from a country where we emphasize a lot on being the right daughter, the ideal wives, the sacrificial mothers, and we're so happy doing that. We're almost, from childhood, we're taught, this is how the wives are. We see how wives serve their husbands, how mothers are so sacrificial. She's praised for doing that. She's praised to keep, by keeping her individuality aside and serving to the family. But as social media grew up and we have such discussions, people are actively speaking about it. I think some of us, or most of us, are aware that what my rights are. So for me, when I heard your discussions, ma'am, it was more of reassurance. I know my rights. I was reassured of these are my rights. My question is, I for a second felt like where all the creamy layers were getting creamier. But then there are one section of the society who still thinks they have no provision to speak of their rights. We still have people in the rural parts of the country who don't even know. I guess I personally came across a man who told me that his daughter was getting married and she was only 16. I even asked him, why are you getting her married? And the only answer was, they are from Jharkhand, very internal sides of Jharkhand. They told in our society, we think if we keep them for long, they think the girl has some problem. They don't know that she has a right to, her individuality is not even respected in such parts of the country. But then again, as we told, such campaigns or messages through social media are only received to us. How can as students, we reach out to them and let them know that they have rights too?
I guess I would like to ask the students in this event that same question. What would you be receptive to? For a lot of younger people, it may not necessarily be listening to older people. There might be something like peer education that has to happen. Where do you get your information from? One of the things that I mentioned earlier is if you listen to music, what kind of messages do you get from music? What kind of messages do you get from your art? What kind of messages do you get from the things that you read? So I think on some level, it has to be young people speaking to each other. You ask some really excellent questions, and I don't feel that I can give you very good answers, but it really, I think the answer has to come from you also. It has to come from within the community. But there is something that I would like to point out. We do, and especially those of us who live in the West, we do understand that we have rights. But even highly professional women, at the end of the day, still do more of the care work, whether or not that's childcare or elder care, that requires looking after people, and oftentimes that is unpaid work. So, even people who, even women who go out and work and make money still have an additional disproportionate burden. Now, I firmly believe that for children, it is beneficial to have, both parents involved in the child raising, even from a young age. So I think that the shift also has to happen with the men, and I think in society in general to understand that this should be a shared task, that this should be, equal, that, why can men not change diapers? Why can men, not take care of babies or toddlers. And I understand some men do. So I don't want to suggest that, most men don't. I know some men who do. But, those are really large cultural shifts that have to happen. But what I do know is, if the women that I know who have waited having children, who got their education, who, worked and, had a sense of independence, they were less likely to be controlled by their husbands, and they were more capable of taking care of the children that they had later on. So if you have children, let's say, in your late 20s rather than as a teenager or in your early 20s, late 20s or early 30s, you're more mature. We know in terms of brain development that our frontal lobes are not even fully developed until the age of 25. So, it might be a good idea to not have children before the age of 25 when we're still struggling, to grow and to find out who we are and what we want to do with our lives. I think some of these conversations need to be had within the family, with parents and grandparents, perhaps. Certainly among your friends, you need to have these conversations. And again, maybe one thing also to consider is to volunteer for, maybe to work for an organization that helps women who are in very terrible situations. But I appreciate your comment, and there are so many women around the world who are so frustrated because for many of them, their dreams will not come true. Let's say they cannot get an education because, they had children early on. And then oftentimes it is also more difficult to take care of children when you yourself are still very young.
Madam, we have time to admit one more question. And to the last question that was asked by Akila, and Maku, and one of our students has given one suggestion that as students we can go as a team, put some awareness program, particularly with rural people, and create awareness in this manner so that we can, as students, bring a small yet incremental change. This is a question by Adit Raja, and if it is not been admitted so far, his question is, do prostitutes play a role in defaming or defamation of gender equality? This is the last question.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure about the word defamation because that can mean different things. Certainly from the perspective of many people in society, it is denigrating. It might, bring shame on themselves and on their families. So, that has been the case really for thousands of years. And, one of the examples that I used earlier was of Jesus going and talking to women like that, because he still believed, that in the eyes of God, that, they have a soul, that there's, a spark of God inside of them, and that they could turn their lives around. So on a personal level, like I said, I find it difficult to judge people. But in terms of gender equality, I mean, there are several questions we need to ask ourselves. Is one, why do women engage in sex work? And, one, they would not engage in sex work unless there was a demand. So the men also play a role in that. But the other perspective is that for many women, it is a necessity, because otherwise they would be poor and impoverished. It's not always the case, but often it is the case. And the other thing, if we look at it from a global perspective, the three major money makers, and especially, when it comes to illegality. The three ways in which the most money is made around the world is weapons, the selling of weapons, the selling of drugs, and sex trafficking. It is huge. It is happening everywhere. And oftentimes also, children are kidnapped and forced into the sex trade. It is very common if you have a civil war or a state of war. So this too is a problem that, is very difficult to talk about because there is so much shame attached to it. But I think it is also something that really we as a society need to understand. We need to approach from a perspective of, humility and try to understand what situations people are in rather than, to judge them and to find solutions. And sometimes the solution is, to help find a different job for that person.
Thank you,
I
Madam.
hope I was able to answer that question. It was a good question. It was also a difficult.
Thank you, ma'am. You have, I think, today taken up some challenging questions and fairly and in a very just manner, you have been able to answer most of these tricky, difficult, and sometimes questions that can hurt our sentiments, etc. I request Mrs. Maria Shaila D'Souza, my colleague. She is the assistant professor from the Department of Political Science, to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural and new session.
As we conclude this formal inauguration, it's my privilege to thank all those who are part of. As we conclude this formal inauguration, it's my privilege to thank all those who are part of this formal inauguration of the international webinar. Thank you, Professor Ute, for this resourceful keynote address, wherein you brought out the concept of human rights with special reference to women's rights and its various dimensions. Indeed, women's rights are human rights. Dear ma'am, perhaps this keynote address has laid down a right platform for this webinar. Thank you, ma'am.
And I thank you again for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure and honor to participate in this webinar. Thank you.
I would like to thank National Commission for Women for accepting our proposal and supporting us with funds. I thank Reverend Father Melvin Pinto, SJ, Rector of St. Aloysius Institution, for your support. My sincere thanks to Reverend Dr. Praveen Martis, SJ, for presidential message. I thank Ms. Flavia Agnes, Dr. Rita Norona, Dr. Vijaya Roy for accepting our invitation for being resource person for today's international webinar. I thank our technical team, Glenby, Mr. Anil, Maintenance Officer, Mr. Godwin, for your support in organizing this webinar. My sincere thanks to Mr. Royal for YouTube live streaming. I thank Rudolph and Romero for melodious rendition. I thank press and media for your coverage. My thanks to Dr. Rosemary D'Souza, Dr. Joyce Lobo, and Mr. Alvin for teamwork. My sincere thanks to all the delegates from logged in online and offline with keen interest. As we move on to the technical session, I hope this webinar will provide a platform to discuss, document, debate, and develop collective thinking and strategizing on all issues related to reproductive choice of women, a fundamental right. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
These beautiful words. We take a 5 minutes break And then we begin with session one on reproductive rights of women and Indian Constitution. Welcome back. We formally begin with session 1, titled Reproductive Rights of Women and the Indian Constitution by Ms. Flavia Agnes. I request Dr. Lovina Lubu. She is the professor at Department of Postgraduate Studies in Social Work and the Director of Moffitt Law, to formally introduce Madam Flavia Agnes.
Good morning and welcome back to this first session. I take honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Flavia Agnes, who is a seasoned and legal scholar and a women's rights lawyer with nearly 4 decades of experience. Ms. Flavia is a pioneer of the women's movement, and she has worked consistently on issues of gender and law reform. She's a prolific writer and has provided incisive analysis of many social trends and legal reforms, including domestic violence, minority law reforms, feminist jurisprudence, secularism, and human rights. Her significant publications include Law and Gender Inequality, The Politics of Personal Laws in India, Women and Law, Family Law, where she has which is a textbook for law students, and Negotiating Spaces, where she has co-edited. Her inspirational autobiographical essay, My Story, Our Story, of Rebuilding Broken Lives, is an important marker of the women's movement. Her organization, Majlis, which was set up in 1991, provides legal advocacy and litigation support to women and children from the marginalized communities and conducts trainings to stakeholders, including the police and the judiciary. The organization is also engaged in policy level interventions and public interest litigation in order to help women access justice. In 2011, Majlis started a Rahat to provide social legal support to survivors of sexual violence, and currently they have reached out to over 2,000 victims of sexual abuse, most of whom are children of dire need of support. Their motto is to turn victims into survivors. Ms. Agnes is a proponent of legal pluralism, particularly in the realm of family law. In the Indian context, the debate around the enforcement of a uniform civil code is politicized and is used as a weapon against minorities. Ms. Agnes's writings on this issue have provided a complex framework for protecting the rights of the minority women within the rubric of legal pluralism. Invoking the premise of reforms from within, she has played an important role in reforming the Christian personal laws as well as advancing the rights of the Muslim women. Her more recent engagement has been with the issues of democracy, secularism, and identity politics. After the Mumbai riots of 1992-93, her organization has helped to highlight the communal bias within the several social movements. She is also deposed before the Sri Krishna Commission, which was constituted to probe into the riots. After the communal carnage in Gujarat in 2002, Ms. Agnes initiated a legal advocacy program for the sexually violated women in relief camps. She subsequently published a narrative of her legal advocacy in an informal publication titled Of Lofty Claims and Muffled Voices. Ms. Agnes ardently strives towards increasing access to justice for the poor and the marginalized. She is a visiting faculty at the National Judicial Academy, Bhopal. Lal Bahadur Shastri National Administrative Academy, Missouri, and the National Police Academy, Hyderabad, and the Maharashtra Judicial Academy. Ms. Agnes has also received several awards for her work in the field of law, gender justice, and human rights. In 2016, she was invited to the Milan City Council, Rome, and the Garivo in local group, where a tree was dedicated to her in the Garden of Justice. In 2012, she was awarded the Mother Teresa Award for Social Justice by Harmony Foundation. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Ma'am, with your vast experience, I'm sure we have a lot of inputs to gain from your experience, particularly in the session that you're going to take up on reproductive rights of women and Indian Constitution. Well, after she presents her session, her talk, it will be moderated by Ms. Joan Abraham. She's the Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Sociology. And she's also a blogger, creative director, and consultant for a page on Instagram, which all focuses on women's issues, social issues, and human rights. Welcome to you, Ms. Joan. I now invite our resource person, Ms. Agnes, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this elaborate introduction, which is much more than what I sent. It's indeed very nice of you. I just want to start with saying I hail from Mangaluru. I know St. Aloysius College, the most prestigious Jesuit institution, which at my time was all-male domain. Women did not have an entry here. Over the years, it has become co-ed, and many of you women are in this prestigious institution, and I think that's a huge advancement. I should thank you for inviting me to share with you my views on this entire issue. And I think it's very, very progressive of the Aloysius College to choose this very important subject, reproductive choice of women, a fundamental right. So I will highlight some key concerns about this issue and the situation prevailing in India. I thank the keynote speaker for laying out a very broad canvas of human rights and international concerns and treaties and instruments under which we perform even in India, in addition to our own constitution. From tomorrow, 25th of November, till the 10th of December, the 16 days are marked by highlighting violence against women issues. And your conference is organized just on the threshold of it, that as we enter from tomorrow for this 16-day campaign, which is declared by the UN. So knowingly or unknowingly, I think it is poised at the right time and right frame. So thank you all very much. So I will briefly deal with constitutional provisions and then go on to address the concerns within the MTP Act, medical termination of pregnancy. I do not know how many of you are aware. We got this law, MTP Act, in 1971. And it did not come out of a women's rights campaign. It came on the based on our concerns regarding population control. And it is part of the population control policy that this law was enacted, providing safe abortions to women within certain prescribed time frame. So unlike other countries, India in that sense has been progressive to permit safe abortions and move forward in this realm, which is beneficial to women. Let me start with the Constitution. not elaborately. In fact, I had a very elaborate part on constitution in my paper, but I deleted all that because most of you are aware of constitutional frameworks. Even so, I will briefly point out a certain provisions that are there in our constitution. Article 14, right to equality. Article 15, against non-discrimination. You cannot like choose privileged men over women in any public institution. Article 15.3, which allows for positive discrimination in favor of women. So you can have special laws for women, which will not violate the provision of Article 14 and 15. Article 19, fundamental freedoms. Of course, there are certain restrictions on these freedoms, but in essence, we are safeguarded regarding our freedoms in the Constitution. But most importantly, Article 21, which deals with life and liberty. And the topic of discussion today comes within the choice of reproduction, or choice not to reproduce, comes within the scope of Article 21. Then we have Article 23 against trafficking issues. We have laws for religious autonomy, for choosing our religion or propagating our religion, etc. And these are fundamental rights, are justiciable rights. You can go to court when they are violated. And over the 70 years of our constitution, many of the issues concerning women have been taken to court and have been decided in favor of women. There's no time to go over that, but that is our history. That is our legacy. We also have part 4 of the Constitution, which is directive principles of state policy. And here too, we have many provisions to safeguard women's health, congenial situation for work, and safeguarding the strength, health, and right to life, right to food, various provisions, right to education. All of them are directive principles of state policy, which by themselves are not justiciable, but some of them are now been incorporated into Article 21, for instance, right to education, and have become fundamental rights. So our MTP Act, the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, enacted in 1971 and amended in 2021, is part of the larger realm of right to life and liberty. Now, when the 1971 Act permitted medical termination of pregnancy, we don't use the word abortion. We just use the word medical termination of pregnancy. But within 12 weeks and various situations, with the opinion of a single medical practitioner, a woman could avail of and to terminate her pregnancy under certain stipulated conditions. Rape and sexual violence is one. Fetal abnormalities the other. And failure of contraceptives is the third major ones. But if the pregnancy is beyond 12 weeks, up to 20 weeks, you needed the opinion or permission of two doctors, medical professionals, to ensure the safety of the woman during the abortion. Now, what used to happen is that many times fetal abnormalities come to light in the second trimester when a woman is like 16 to 20 weeks pregnant, and by the time she decides to undergo a termination, she crosses the 20-week period. Similarly, when cases of rape, incest, sexual abuse, sexual assault on children are committed, the child does not understand the implications of the act of rape, that it will result in pregnancy. She does not understand what has gone wrong here. And only when her mother sees that her stomach swelling or that she has missed her periods, she's taken to a hospital. And there the pregnancy is detected. And again, by the time it is like past 16 weeks. So it was very, very difficult for women and girls to avail of this situation. So what the courts did, that at that point you have to get a permission from the High Court. So you have to file a writ petition in the. Since the courts themselves were not experts on these medical issues, they resorted to a concept called medical boards. And the concerned woman or child would have to be subjected to medical scrutiny by the board members, and a report had to be produced at the earliest to enable abortion after the 20 weeks period. There were recommendations, there were demands to extend this period beyond 20 weeks so that more women and girls could avail of this facility. So in 2021, the period was extended to 24 weeks. So the law today is up to 24 weeks with the permission of 2 doctors. One can undergo an MTP. Now, this right to terminate pregnancy is deemed as a fundamental right. Like in 2017, a 9-judge constitutional bench of the Supreme Court, in the landmark case of Puttaswamy on the right to privacy, held that the right to have an abortion is a facet of the right to privacy guaranteed under Article 21. This would entail the right to control one's health and body, including sexual and reproductive rights. In a judgment of 2009, in Suchita Srivastava, the Supreme Court held that a woman's right to make reproductive choices is a dimension of personal liberty under Article 21. And reproductive choices can be exercised to procreate as well as to abstain from procreate. So you are saying that there is a universal right in India for abortion. But the recently framed rules under the amended 2001 MTP Act, under 3B, has clearly said who can avail of this facility. So there are certain categories: survivors of sexual assault or rape or incest, all minors, that is under 18. Supposing the woman has gone through a change in the marital status during a pregnancy. For instance, if she had become a widow or a divorcee. Women with physical disabilities as laid down under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. Mentally ill women, including mental retardation. The fetal malformation that has substantial risk of being incompatible with life or of the child born, who may suffer physical or mental abnormalities. Women with pregnancy in humanitarian settings or disaster or emergency situations as may be declared by the government. Now, these are very specific situations under which termination of pregnancy is permitted. So it is not a fundamental right as is believed. Women do not have an autonomy to control their pregnancies if they don't come under these stipulations. So, though Article 21 guarantees life and liberty, all women in India do not have, especially all married women in India, do not have the right. If they are minors, they have a right. But if they are majors, then they would have to fall under these categories. Now, under the new amended act, there is also the onerous requirement of obtaining the opinion of a prescribed medical board in certain situations. Earlier, the medical boards used to be ad hoc. When the High Court gives a direction, constitute a medical board, get the opinion, etc. That time, on an ad hoc basis, it used to be constituted. Now it has become a part of the act, and one has to go to that in cases beyond 24 weeks. Now let's see what happens. I want to here emphasize that the consent of a patriarchal guardian is not required. It's only the consent of the woman and the advice of her doctor that is required. Yet the patriarchal value system is so ingrained into our system. So when a woman approaches the court or the board or doctors, they always seek permission from a male guardian. So in the case of 2017, in Miss Z versus the state of Bihar, the Supreme Court denied termination of pregnancy to a 35-year-old HIV positive woman who was pregnant as a consequence of rape. The woman was homeless and was living on the footpath when she was found by some social workers. The pregnancy was discovered during the course of a medical test. The woman revealed that she was raped and wanted to medically terminate the pregnancy. So the authorities sought the consent of her father and brother, completely disregarding the fact that they had abandoned her and neglected their duty of providing a safe shelter to her, due to which she was raped in the first place and it had become pregnant. Even thereafter, the hospital refused to terminate the pregnancy. So the woman approached the High Court. In the High Court, the presiding judge said notice should be given to the husband. Now, the husband had nothing to do with the rape or pregnancy or anything, and he was not responsible for a conception. Even then, under the patriarch, and that he had neglected his wife, he had deserted his wife. Despite that, the judge gives the order to get consent of the husband. Unfortunately, the husband's name was spelled wrongly, and the notice was never served, and the case was dismissed. Then the matter reaches the High Court. By then, she was 26 weeks pregnant. However, the apex court acknowledged that the woman's rights were violated because of the lack of legal knowledge and prerequisites imposed upon her by the hospital. The bench, headed by Justice Deepak Mishra, imposed a penalty on the state of Bihar and directed an amount of rupees 10 lakhs to be paid to the rape survivor for the fault of the authorities, due to which she had to endure great mental and physical agony. A plethora of such cases with varied outcomes have brought into limelight the grave physical and mental health harms and violations of women's rights. At times, the courts act on the opinion of medical boards and deny women the right to terminate her pregnancy. In Savita Sachin Patil versus Union of India, again a 2017 case, the Supreme Court denied abortion rights to a woman based on a report produced by the medical board. The judgment stated that even though the fetus was diagnosed with Down syndrome, it was less likely that the child born would have a low intelligence. Here, not only the trauma caused to the woman by the denial of legal remedies to abortion was not considered, but also the mental and physical hardships the woman and the child would have to endure in future was not taken into consideration. Now, what are the problems with the medical boards? Setting up of medical boards was not the requirement of MTP Act in 1971. But due to the many cases that were coming up, where the pregnancy had reached beyond 20 weeks, the courts in an ad hoc manner directed that medical boards should be constituted because the courts lacked medical expertise and were ill-equipped to arrive at a decision on their own. The courts have been adopting this as a practice because of their belief that the doctors have scientific expertise to arrive at a conclusion whether it is safe for the woman to undergo an abortion. Ideally, these boards ought to have been called upon to determine whether the preconditions set out in the MTP Act for termination of pregnancy were satisfied. However, having no clear mandate, these boards tend to pass moral judgments on the woman's desire to seek abortion. Sometimes the court would specify the type of doctors that should be on the board, like a gynecologist, a sonographist, etc., radiologist, etc. But at some time it is arbitrary, and even pediatricians or cardiologists are included on the board who have no legal knowledge or about it, but can always pass moral judgments. This tedious task of constituting a medical board, doing the various required tests and submitting a report to the High Court places several hurdles and leads to severe hardships. Sometimes, since time is a critical factor, these processes cause further delay, rendering abortion a life hazard for the woman and hence beyond her reach. The decision to terminate a pregnancy must be between a woman and her gynecologist, based on fully informed consent. As long as the woman's decision is based on fully informed consent, a woman must be allowed to determine for herself what risks she is willing to undertake. It ought not have been left to a board of doctors to determine this. The strong denial of choice and the bias on the basis of a registered medical practitioner's opinion in denying termination of pregnancy is evident from the framework of the Act itself. There's a gap in acknowledging the effect of abortion laws in India on women's choice to abort. Therefore, identifying that MTP Act does not provide for women's autonomy, the first step in understanding the loopholes of the Act. Entangled in the tedious and cumbersome process of determining whether a woman can abort a fetus or not, the crucial right of the woman to personal freedom is hampered, rendering certain sections of the MTP violative of fundamental rights. Hence, there is a need to reform the MTP Act in consonance with the notion of a woman's choice. The Act is not abreast with medical advances and changing outlook towards bearing children and the role of a woman in society. The decision to have or not to have a child should rest with the pregnant woman alone. There needs to be a curb on third-party authorization to a woman's reproductive rights, barring cases which are medically serious in nature. This will have the positive impact on the overall abortion mechanism in India, leading to safe abortions and not extended legal proceedings which hamper women's autonomy. As we know, our legal process is very slow, very cumbersome. The most cases that get discussed and highlighted are come in the two categories. One is fetal abnormalities, and the second one is pregnancy due to rape. So these are very different situations where an adult woman, married woman, discovers that there are fetal abnormalities. And compared to it, a young child, 10 years, 12 years, 14 years, who has been raped, sometimes incest, and is pregnant, and is not aware that she's pregnant. In the course of our work of Majlis, an NGO based in Mumbai, which provides socio-legal support to rape victims, we have come across several cases of adolescent girls where the pregnancy was detected late. In most cases, the survivor is about between 11 to 15 years and does not even fully comprehend the implications of rape upon her physical body. It is indeed cruel to subject them to go through these multiple procedures, such as approaching the High Court for permission and the rigors of approaching public hospitals, where they have to run around in circles, undergoing several invasive tests and obtaining reports to be produced before the High Court, all on our own. Most hospitals do not have a medical board. And in fact, as per the new act, there has to be a medical board in the district hospitals everywhere. Now, in a rural area, for instance, or even in an urban area, the district hospitals are so far away. These district hospitals are not aware of this requirement. Maybe the medical boards are not there. How a woman, how a young child from a rural area will ever be able to access this or go to a medical board? By the time she finds out all this and accesses the medical board and gets an opinion, it is too late to have an abortion. It becomes a health hazard. Happens when labor is induced, she gives birth, it is a live birth. So this young child of like 11, 12, 13 years is now saddled with the additional responsibility of the infant. Though the child will be given in the care of the child welfare committee, the child has to be fit to be handed over. The hospital takes no responsibility. So the child is retained after a delivery, after a very harrowing delivery in the hospital until such time, maybe 15 days, maybe 1 month. And she keeps crying all the time, saying that, please, why are you punishing me? Please release me. I want to go home. But she's retained in the hospital. And in the meantime, a bond between her and the infant gets created. So which becomes even more traumatic for her to give away her child. But our system is totally oblivious of this. Now, one way this could be overcome is by a provision in the existing act, which is section 5(1) of the act, stipulates that the length of pregnancy and the opinion of not less than 2 registered medical practitioners shall not apply to a case of termination of pregnancy by a registered medical practitioner, where the practitioner is of the opinion formed in good faith that termination of the pregnancy is necessary to save the life of the pregnant woman. Now, many legal scholars have suggested that this provision of section 5(1) must be used when a child is very young, between 10 and 14 years. For instance, we have a case where the Supreme Court denied permission to abort for a child who was 10 years, who was raped by her own uncle. But by the time he went through all the rigmaroles, the pregnancy had reached 32 weeks. So Supreme Court decided that it's better she goes through the pregnancy rather than terminate the pregnancy at this stage. So imagine a child of 10 having to go to the labor pains, where even her bones are not fully formulated. This is the situation that we are in today. So if you can do it for life-saving situations, you can also do it for pregnancies of which the woman is not responsible. A crime has been committed on her and her body has been violated. And subjecting her to this process of High Court, PIL, medical board, etc., where time is of important factor, may actually pose a risk to her life. So it is very important for the medical professionals to understand their own control and situation under Article under Section 5(1) of the Act, and do the treatment for the child immediately. Also, though we have MTP, and why MTP was necessary or was required, because under the IPC, there are sections which penalize doctors for committing, performing abortions. particularly under 312 and 313 of the IPC. So if medical termination of pregnancy has been accepted, then we need to do away with these criminal provisions totally, so that doctors are not under consent. They are always under fear whether cases can be filed against them. So it is very important to remove these sections. So I have made a few recommendations, since it is organized by the National Commission for Women, and they are through this seeking certain recommendations for making the situation better for women. So the act, so shall I quickly read them out if the time permits? Hello? Hello, can I read them out?
Yes, ma'am. Mostly we welcome such kind of suggestions. It's part of the NCW.
So I have to read them out.
You have time, ma'am. You have time.
Hello? Is there time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The act needs to be revamped and focus shifted to a woman's autonomy and bodily integrity, and not privilege opinion of medical professionals over a personal choice. This right cannot be curtailed to specific categories as stipulated under 3B of the medical termination of amendment rules. Judges and medical professionals need to rid themselves of the bias against women who approach them for terminating their pregnancy. There is a need to delete or amend the sections of the IPC relating to punishment to medical professionals and to women and children for terminating their pregnancies. The void in the act, the steps needed to be taken if the pregnancy is beyond 24 weeks need to be filled, and clear guidelines need to be issued regarding the procedure to be followed, so that courts, hospitals, concerned government departments, and social workers are clear about the course of action. Guidelines need to be issued that in a case of adolescent survivors, medical professionals can terminate pregnancies using the provision of Section 5(1) of the MTP Act. There's a need to scrap the concept of medical boards or make them more accessible to women from the marginalized section and from rural areas. A single medical board constituted in a district hospital makes access very difficult for pregnant women who have already crossed the 24 weeks. It should be the responsibility of the hospital to provide the survivor the critical help that she needs from the hospital. They need to be far more sensitive towards her and not judge her as per their inherent bias. Since time is of utmost importance, the judiciary and the medical boards have to act with a sense of urgency and not follow the usual routine, slow-moving procedure, due to which it becomes hazardous for the woman or the young girl to enforce her choice of abortion. Procedures need to be simplified and made accessible to lawyers and women litigants. When a vulnerable child survivor of rape is at an advanced stage of pregnancy, where abortion becomes life hazardous, it results in a live birth. The child should not be made to suffer prolonged hospitalization until the infant is fit enough to be handed over to the Child Welfare Committee, causing a further trauma. The hospital authorities must take charge of the infant and release the child of any legal responsibility towards the infant. Thank you. I've sent this paper to Rosevira, and you can send it to the commission if you wish.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, that was a very enlightening talk, because most of us do know the Constitution, but do not know the Constitution exactly. So your talk on the right to life and liberty, of course, very paradoxical. Though we have the right to life and liberty, yet we are not having the right to life and liberty. That is a real eye-opener to, I think, most of us sitting here. And of course, the MTP Act that you spoke about Indeed, it was again an eye-opener for all of us because we really think MTP Act has done a lot of good. Even if it has done a lot of good, we are still on the threshold of not really taking, we've not been able to use it to our advantage. We still are under those boundaries of MTP Act. And as you rightly pointed out, a 10-year-old child delivering a baby, and the court has its own rules and the suggestions, of course, that you made in the end. I think all of us here, most of us women here, I think we hope those suggestions are taken into consideration and are brought into place as soon as possible, because every day a child gives birth. An illegitimate birth takes place. So with that, I thank you for the session, and we move on to the questions that we have from the participants. We have a question here. Can we get pregnant after abortion? I think the question meant was, are you able to conceive after going through an abortion? I get it right.
The question is whether you can get pregnant after abortion.
Yes.
Yes, you can. If the abortion is legal and done properly, and the woman can get pregnant after the abortion.
There is a misconception that among the women that not abort your first baby and you will have problems in conception later. So I think that question comes from there.
Not able to understand the question. I could not hear properly.
The question was that women normally are under the impression or are socialized in that way that if you abort your first pregnancy, you generally become infertile and you're not able to conceive later. So that was the question.
No, I don't think that is based on scientific inference at all.
Thank you, ma'am.
In fact, there are a lot of teenage pregnancies that get terminated. Many of them.
There is another question from Ms. Kutir, who says, according to WHO, 8% of maternal mortality is a result of unsafe abortions. Do you have a sense of how many girls and women die in India because of unsafe abortions?
I'm not an academic. I'm a lawyer. I don't do research on random issues. I only study issues that I'm concerned with for the sake of court proceedings. So that should be left to the sociologists to answer, to bring out this thing.
Dr. Lavina.
I'd like to throw light on what about the contraceptive choices, the right to contraceptive choices of women.
Repeat.
I would like you to throw light on right of contraceptive choices of women.
Again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't have understanding of.
Can contraceptive be forced on a woman?
No, it should be entirely her choice.
Women also
But if there is choice and the sexual intercourse has happened, a crime has been committed on her. So according to me, you should separate the cases of pregnancy after rape of a child, especially under 15 years of age. You cannot consider it as pregnancy, failure of contraceptives, whether she considered, whether there was consent. None of these issues come up when it is a child under 15 who is raped.
Ma'am, this is regarding this question. I do not know the recent changes in the 2021 MTP Act. I think probably these changes came because of the Chandigarh case where the 10-year-old was raped by her uncle. My question is that the consent of a girl child is not taken, knowing the fact that she is below 18. Are there any new changes as per the MTP 2021, where the consent of the girl child who is pregnant, her consent and the doctor's consent is enough, or parents' consent or what's consent is required?
There is no question of consent under 18 years. There's no question at all. We have the POCSO Act, protection of children from sexual offenses, where given with consent under 18 years between a girl and a boy, it is still rape. So she has her consent that she wanted to be pregnant, she wanted to be raped. All these are irrelevant questions. That's under 18. I'm not even going as far as under 18. Because sometimes there are elopement cases and the parents file case of rape against the boy because they don't agree to this relationship. I'm not even going there. Where I'm going is 10 to 15, under 15, where the girl is not aware that she's pregnant. She's not aware of the consequences.
Question on consent for abortion, consent to abort. You know, when I realize, or my mother says that as a
the
child,
consent is always necessary to abort, always necessary. That is under that. But I think the 15-year-old doesn't even know. In the 10-year-old case of Chandigarh, she was told that there is a stone in her stomach. She didn't understand what is going on to her. And the consent comes only after you are 18. The minor's consent is not required, not valid. So, but under the Abortion Act, you need a consent of the woman, not of anybody else. But in a case of minor, the consent is vitiated.
And there's a question from a student here who says that because of illegal abortions, many girls who are underage, because they're not physically fit enough, and the abortions also could be a threat to their lives. So how would you go about that?
The abortion and performed under medical supervision in the before 28 weeks is not necessarily a threat to life. Beyond that, it could be because she might bleed a lot, the way the abortion is performed, etc. So that doctors prefer to allow her live birth. But even live birth can be very hazardous for a young child whose bones are not formed well, and it leads to fractures, it leads to other complications. So then between these, you have to choose a lesser evil, which according to me is the abortion.
There's another question coming in here. What should girls do before an abortion? How do they go about it if they get to know that they have been raped? This is a question where the girl is aware that she has been raped, and what does she do? And she's underage.
Yeah, I think nowadays girls above 15 know about pregnancy and the need for abortion, etc. If it is a very young girl, like the 10, 12-year-old, they don't know what is happening to their bodies. And hence the consent becomes vitiated. There's no meaning of this consent. So we need better education in our schools for these young children, girls and boys, about sexual relationships, physical contact, safety measures, all of that. But we are not giving that education to our children today. So we need to concentrate on that and make our adolescents much more aware of the implications of rape, etc. Just excuse me for a minute. Sorry about that.
ma'am, there's a question here. What if the minor girl, maybe as you said, even if she has eloped with a boyfriend and she's got pregnant, and she does not want to abort the baby. She may be on the verge of 18. It's like, 17 and a half or 18, and she doesn't want to abort the baby. But what if somebody is pressurizing the girl to undergo the abortion? So how do we deal with that?
The courts have respected the wishes of minor girls between age of over age of 16 regarding the choice whether they want to abort or not abort. In a very famous case of a mentally retarded girl who wanted to abort, the court gave her the right not to abort and continue with the pregnancy, even though the institution where she was housed was pressurizing her for abortion. So the abortion basically is dependent on the woman's autonomy and her consent overall. Only exceptions, according to me, are cases where the child is under 15.
Does it lead to the next question in the sense that where we have a question here, if both of them are nearing 18, both the partners, and that means consent should be taken?
The questions are not very audible to me.
I'll try to be a little louder, ma'am. Is it audible?
It's better, yeah.
Okay. Leading from the same question, there's another question that if in case, as we were talking about couples who are almost adult but not adult, and there is a pregnancy there, and, is the consent required from both the partners, or how does it go? It's only because could be that the male wants it, the boy wants it, the girl does not want it. So
are you talking about a married couple
No.
or a rape?
No. In both the situations, it could be rape, it could be an elopement with consensus. But since the Indian law says that even if it's below 18 and it's consensus, it is considered rape. So it will technically go under rape. So in that case, what?
Technically, as per that, only the consent of the woman is required, not of anybody else. But as I mentioned, our patriarchal biases operate so strongly that they would ask for the consent of the partner as well. But that's not as per law. As per law, only the consent of the woman is required. Even permission of the husband is not required. Permission of the father is not required. Permission of the boyfriend is not required. This is what I believe.
There's a question from Dr. Rosvira.
I think that is more of a kind of maybe, trying to know from you, because I think we commend your services to the whole nation about these women's well-being and the policy matters. I just want to know, given your, 4 decades of experience, where you actually wanted to make a kind of an impact and a change, a transformation when it comes to women's well-being in this, reproductive choices. What do you think is the response of the state? How you think a state has been able to actually try to better off the situation and maybe able to give you a kind of, support in order to do that? This is something that I would like to ask you, because there are, a lot of students here who come from this background of, the kind of contribution the state could make in terms of, bringing up these questions of women's well-being in terms of reproductive choices. I hope I was clear to you, ma'am.
Yeah, when you say government, we have to address it to a particular government department. So here the government departments that come into effect. First is the women and child, because it concerns women and children, so it is their mandate. They are supposed to frame policies, etc., and they need to be involved. Second is the Women and Child Welfare Committee, Women's Welfare Departments. They need to come into action. The second is the Health Ministry. So where the doctors come under them, hospitals come under them. So how they are functioning and what needs to be done there. And third is the Home Department, which is because of the crime of rape. They are in the picture. So when we say government, our concerns need to be addressed to these specific departments. And then they need to come together to evolve a policy. So only when that is happening, now things are done in a very ad hoc manner. As a policy, we need to have intersectionality, interdisciplinary actions, so that keeping the pregnant woman in the focus, keeping the pregnant minor in focus, and evolve policies that will help to change the situation. You are absolutely right. I'm talking from an urban setting. We don't even know what is happening in our villages. We don't even know what is happening in our small towns. And as somebody remarked, I mean, the number of girls and women who die in childbirth even today is so huge. And though the MTP Act was brought in 1971 to prevent this situation, the hurdles that are posed at every stage makes illegal abortions the only remedy that a rural woman can avail of, and which is a health hazard for her. So there is an urgent need, in fact, for us to examine this issue and create and bring out policy guidelines at every stage.
Thank you, ma'am. There is another question, a very interesting one, which is from another perspective altogether, where the question says that if a woman has or a girl has the right to reproduction and reproductive rights, what about the right to life of the fetus? So here we're bringing in pro-life. So what are your opinion on that?
There are many debates that are going on, particularly in the US, other countries. As the keynote speaker said, in El Salvador, you believe that life starts in conception. So no abortions are allowed, etc. As I said before, I'm a lawyer. I will limit my presentation to legal issues and legal concerns. I do not want to go into the realm of morality. I don't want to go into debate when life begins. Does it begin after the first trimester? Does it begin at the second trimester? Or does it believe when you're born? Now, these are faith issues, belief issues, religious issues, and it's not in my domain of expertise to dwell into them. I'm addressing purely the legal debate, and the legal debate and the morality therein that comes in, that prevents women from accessing this right, which is given to them under the law, where the judges and medical professionals pass moral judgment on a woman seeking abortion. So what is moral, what is not moral, what is legal and not legal? Now, this has already been defined under our Act, whether we agree or not. So 1971 Act clearly stipulated that under certain situations, abortion should be made possible. Fetal abnormalities is one of them. Rape and sexual pregnancies due to rape and sexual abuse is another one. So I do not want to dwell into this aspect, but I must really thank the Aloysius College for embarking on this issue, which is of grave concern, and that we are now dealing with what is happening, what is the amendment, how it is impacting women, how it is impacting children, and what needs to be done. So I will stay within that realm. I will not enter the religious debates or morality debates.
As we come towards the end of this session by Ms. Flavia Agnes, I take this opportunity to thank you, ma'am, for the talk, and especially the questions that were put up to you. They were not easy to answer because they had morality issues, they had political issues, and you still handle them very well. And we understand, in such certain cases like this, where the focus is more, you were very clear about the focus on children and rape victims who are minors, and what needs to be done in order to help them survive, and in order to get them legal support. So thank you for enlightening us on that aspect and bringing in, bringing forth that part that children are meant to be children, and children are not meant to be mothers before they
I
finish.
just want to I just want to intervene here.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
many questions were asked to the earlier speaker about domestic violence. What's possible, what's not possible, why women stay, why women don't stay, etc. So that is my area of expertise. And that is what our organization does, is to provide support to victims of domestic violence. We also take on sexual violence, but our fundamental work and our litigation work centers around this issue. So I was surprised that no questions were asked on this aspect, which were asked the earlier speaker, and she said these are cultural issues. They are related to issues within our national framework, cultural issues regarding domestic violence. So I was quite surprised that nobody raised these issues here, whereas they raised it to an international speaker who doesn't have expertise on that. So we need to ask questions on the theme of the session or the expertise of the speaker, because questions are asked, one tends to respond to them, but that not necessarily becomes the expertise of the speaker itself. Anyway, since that was not an issue, we were not asked, so it's okay.
Glad you brought it out, ma'am. I think even when you spoke about children being raped by their own family, I think that's also, a part of domestic violence. You did somewhere bring in that part, and we're aware now that, children also are victims of those kind of domestic violence, sexual violence, and sexual abuse. And we're proud to have you here because somebody who's I would say an expert and on the field in this, and to hear you talk about it, about the MTP Act. Yeah, as you said, certainly questions on domestic violence could have been also asked to you, since that's your expertise area. Unfortunately, I think not unfortunately, I'll say fortunately, we'll call you back again to speak on domestic violence specifically. And I think we have loads of questions from the national arena where domestic violence is concerned. On that note, we thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Flavia. And I thank Dr. Lovina Logo for very well introducing our resource person, and Madam Joan Rita O'Brien for conducting this session, moderating it, handling the question and answers, and summarizing the session so well. The second session is titled Reproductive Rights of Women, an Area for Gender Sensitization. This will be taken up by the resource person, Dr. Rita Norona, and she will be formally introduced by Ms. Savita D'Souza, Assistant Professor in the Department of Social Work. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Dina D'Souza, the Assistant Professor and HOD of Social Work.
Climbing to the top. Climbing to the top demands strength, whether it is to the top of Mount Everest or to the top of your career. It is a privilege for me to introduce Dr. Rita Norona, who has climbed the heights of career and believes there is no end to the climb. She climbs with the same gusto every day. Dr. Rita Norona is the Director of Center for Development Studies and Education, Mangalanagar, Mangalore. She has her PhD from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. She did her diploma in Rural Social Leadership from Philippines, diploma in Social Sciences from Canada. She has coordinated and completed many research projects and done very many studies and has vast social work field-based experience. She also has many publications to her credit. Along with her other collaborations with the government of Karnataka, she is one of the members of state-level committee on drafting indicators on gender equity. She has always believed in workers at the grassroots level and bringing about a change from deep down. Glad to have you amidst us and eagerly waiting to hear you. All birds find shelter during a rain, but eagle avoids rain by flying above the clouds. I am indeed glad to introduce Dr. Dina D'Souza, who believes in herself and goes beyond oneself and instead saying, why me? Try me. Dr. Dina D'Souza, HOD, UG Department of Social Work, St. Aloysius College, Autonomous, Mangalore, is the moderator for this session. She pursued her master's in medical and psychiatric specialization from School of Social Work, Roshni Nilaya, and PhD from University of Gulbarga. Currently, she heads the Department of Social Work at St. Aloysius College, Autonomous, Mangalore. Apart from her teaching experience, she too has worked as counselor at Sanmitra Trust, Mumbai, and field coordinator. She has conducted trainings, presented and published research articles in national and international journals. Her areas of interest are child mental health, stress and life satisfaction among senior citizens, and currently engaged in research on understanding stress among children during pandemic lockdown. I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Rita Norona to take over.
You have chosen a very significant topic, reproductive choice for women, a fundamental right. Now, thanks to the principal, the management, and especially Dr. Rose Vida for having invited me to speak a few, for a little while with you, to share a few of my thoughts and experiences. Thanks. You have already heard two renowned speakers with a lot of experience on human rights work, women's rights work, speak on the subject. They have emphasized that reproductive rights are human rights. They are not merely women and girls' rights. They are rights of men as well and boys as well. But reproductive autonomy is very crucial to women, as they have highlighted, because it is the women who become pregnant. They are the ones who have to rear the child in their womb for months. They are the ones who have to give birth to the child. So if this reproductive, the fertility dimension of women empowerment is neglected, we do a great deal of damage to women and their rights to live with dignity and respect, with equality, with justice, with sisterhood, and I would say humanhood. Now, there are two issues that I would like to dwell on today. My subject today is reproductive rights of women, an area for gender sensitization. Thanks to Dr. Rose Vida for letting me participate in selecting this subject, because we live in a society where participatory decision-making is predominant, and it has to become predominant. One of the major areas that has engaged me over the years is the process of learning about gender inequality, and trying to alter myself, my gender insensitivities, my behavior styles, and so forth. And the process is incomplete. I'm still on it. Now, as I said, there are many young students here who are participating in this workshop. We have to understand that denial of rights and freedoms to women, it is not only the women who suffer the negative effects, the adverse and harmful effects. It is also the men and boys, as the learned speakers have highlighted. A man who rapes, a man who murders, man who beats up his wife, they are doing a lot of damage to their own self. They are dehumanizing themselves. There is something that is making them do it. Mindsets, culture, I'll come to that. So as I said, there is pain and suffering for all because when there is discrimination on the basis of gender, on the basis of caste, on the basis of occupation, the income, and so on, language, color, disability. One of the most affected groups today is the transgender group. All these are suffering as a result of the kind of discrimination that is rampant in society. And these discriminations in many, many subtle forms are perpetuated, sustained even today. A lot is done to help people to come out of it, to end discrimination in education by helping children to enter schools, colleges, and so forth. Helping women to have at least 30% reservation in local bodies, local governance systems. Helping women, at least few women, to enter at the board level in corporations. They were out. Helping at least a few more women to enter parliament. Still we remain at, about 14% of women in the parliament, the highest decision-making body of the country. A lot is done. Women have entered army, armed forces, air force, navy. All this has happened. Women have become IAS officers, IPS officers. Everywhere you see women, yes. But then why this, gender discrimination, the violation of rights of women, violation of reproductive rights of women in particular, the topic of today, why this is continuing? A very important, I would like to dwell on this analysis part a little bit more today. As our learned speakers have already highlighted the reproductive rights, how they are a part of the human rights and so forth. And with examples, they have said how these rights are being violated. Now, when you do a bit of critical analysis as to why the rights of women reproductive rights of women, which are intertwined with right to life with dignity, that is bodily integrity, right to health, right to equality and non-discrimination, right to protection and safety, physical, sexual, and mental, security, mental health, security from gender bias, violence, torture, atrocities, equal protection before law, and equal protection from law, equality before law and equal protection, of law. Personal liberties, sexual autonomy, freedom of expression, privacy, right to information. All these are, why are these violated? Especially, why are women becoming victims, survivors of these forms of violation of rights and freedoms to a greater extent? I think this should take us into analysis of the forces that work in our society. Because I believe that unless you do an analysis of the root causes, the kind of suggestions that we make to alter things, to bring about change, become piecemeal processes, tend to become piecemeal. I wanted to be with you today. Personally, I'm sorry I'm not there because I prefer the face-to-face interaction rather than over the virtual kind of an interaction. Now, when you analyze the roots behind all this, let's look at some of the effects of what's happening because of the discrimination that we have, gender discrimination that we have. Why it is happening? What are the roots of this? Why are there so many unsafe abortions? Maternal mortalities, even now. And maternal, it's not only the maternal mortality, it is after giving birth, what happens to women? Sometimes less births, sometimes more births. What happens to their body? What are the effects permanently on their body when they are not given adequate care, attention, and health services that are required, quality health services that are required? The majority of the people are denied these quality health services. What happens to women when they become unmarried, pregnant women? I've handled a few of these cases. In one case, I've seen, the man just impregnated the women, they impregnate, they make them pregnant and they escape. What happens to this person who is left there? What is the dehumanized, kind of a treatment that she has to undergo? The blaming, the shaming, the, what you call as exclusion that she has to undergo. We thought about this. What happens to these women? How they lead lives of suffering and pain. There are many who stand above it. They lead lives with confidence and courage. And there are more women who are doing it, good enough. But there are many who are suffering the pain of blaming, shaming, discarding, continuous harassment. Now, What happens to women who have to undergo in their own homes the rape, marital rape, you call it, which is still not a crime, as it has been pointed out. It is still not a crime. A man can use the body of a woman even against her will. How can that be? There is a fear of criminalizing marital sex in India even today, because it is culturally considered to be the man has the right over the body of the woman. Why are we denying sex education to our children? Sex is everywhere. I'll come back to that. Why are we denying it? Right information to our children. How to preserve their bodily integrity. How to safeguard their rights. How to keep themselves safe during menstrual periods. Men have to also, youth have to understand this. Without menstruation, there cannot be birth. You know, we are all born through these processes. When menstruation stops, the birth occurs. The conception takes place. Okay. Now, coming to the factors that lead to analysis, one of the major force, I would say causative force. I was talking about a few of the effects. We do effects, cause, effect analysis. I did effect, cause analysis. What are the causes? Let's look at how the patriarchy operates in a very brief manner. Patriarchy operates according to me, I would classify it in 3 ways for the sake of analysis only, because all the 3 are highly integrated. One is the patriarchal institutions, from the family to the wider society, from the panchayat to the parliament, from an Anganwadi or a primary school to the university, from a small farm enterprise to a big corporation. There is patriarchy. How does patriarchy operate? Patriarchy is basically a relation of power. Power relations. It is based on power. This has been pointed out. Basis is domination and subjugation. The basis of power is disciplining. The basis of power is silencing some by the others. The basis of power is blaming the victim survivors. Basis of power is legitimizing, the sex crimes on women or wives, wife beating, legitimizing. I'm just through a process of evaluating a women empowerment program where women have stopped legitimizing violence on their own bodies, wife beating. You ask women who have not gone through these processes, they would say, okay, husband can beat us if we make a mistake. No, no husband, no father, no brother has the right to beat a daughter, a wife, or a sister. We have no right to be violent on other people's body. Everyone has the right to their bodily autonomy, means no violence, no, without a child, without a young woman without someone who is known to you, elderly women perhaps, unless they allow you, you cannot touch them unnecessarily. The touch has to be used very judiciously, very affectionately, very tenderly, very with caring, compassion, not with cruelty, not for ulterior motives. This is what the Supreme Court upheld recently, right? You have heard of that. Bombay High Court, unfortunately, a lady judge made a judgment on a POCSO case, child abuse case. She said that skin to skin contact has to be there if a crime is considered as a crime in a POCSO case. Supreme Court said no, there may not be skin and skin contact at all, but the intent is important. Sexual intention in your mind is important when you are treating that child, how you have treated that child with that intention. So the Supreme Court has, thrown out the judgment of the Bombay High Court recently, very recently. You have heard of that. Okay. Now, patriarchy, as I said, operates in three ways. One is through institutions, by keeping women out of positions of power. Hierarchies, top leadership is controlled by men. In all these institutions, leadership is with men. Women have no leadership positions very often. Some might be there in the family who are very strong leader women, but there are many who are not. Especially among the marginalized, this is worse. By denying women the right to own resources, properties, assets, by denying women a whole lot of entitlements, the institutions of patriarchy continue to operate. You can analyze that. We need to analyze these institutions of patriarchy, how they operate, how they construct women and girls and boys, women and men to be subservient to men, to patriarchy. All of us have internalized patriarchy because of that. The second issue that aspect that we need to analyze very deeply is the patriarchal culture. How culture of patriarchy operates. Culture of patriarchy operates through talks, through words, through gestures, through actions, through practices, through performances, through films, through literature, through video programs, through TV channels, so forth. But culture of patriarchy is spread throughout. The idea that man is the superior, woman is inferior. The woman is unclean because of her menstruation, and the man is clean, though he is born out of the same vagina which menstruates. Man is unclean, woman is unclean. How do you associate dirt or uncleanliness with menstruation? Ridiculous. But society has done it over centuries and centuries. And that is still there, entrenched in the minds of people, women and men. Women themselves consider their body as not being, pure, dignified, because of this entrenched attitude. Patriarchal culture spreads, keeps spreading through jokes, through proverbs, through so many ways. There is counterculture that is happening to patriarchal culture. That is also going on. It is becoming strong. Today, women are not taking lying down. Men who are gender sensitive are not taking it lying down. When somebody cracks a joke, which is very sexist kind of a joke. When even political figures who are at the highest level say something derogatory to women, to the disabled, people rise up. That's happening. And these are very positive trends. The third factor that is responsible for why this is happening is mindsets, which are constructed in patriarchal institutions and which are constructed in patriarchal cultures. The mindsets of people, highly insensitive mindsets of people. Mindsets which are reflected in the behavior of people. When you crack jokes which are sexist, it reflects your behavior, which is gender insensitive. When you look at a woman with a derogatory look, it reflects your gender insensitive. When you justify, just because the lady went with a boyfriend to an isolated place, you justify rape, you justify, sexual attack, crime on her. What does it show? Your gender insensitive. Some of us, we go to a very good health setup, we get very, our medical claims, insurance, all that, we get very good treatment. There are a large number of people who have go to these public health centers where very low allotment of funds is given to these sectors, where human resource personnel are also not in limited number, where there is a lot of insensitivity also because they have been not made competent, they have not been sensitized. They have not had the opportunity to sensitize themselves. So they blame the girl who comes pregnant for help. Her parents are also blamed. She is criticized. She is condemned. A lot of derogatory words are used against her. What happens to her? Do we have the right to do that? No. That's what reproductive rights says. Don't blame, don't condemn, don't criticize. Women have the right over their body. Okay, let me come back to, that's why I said interventions which are directed towards to tackle all these three systems, what I would call the mind system, the social cultural system, and the institutional system. This is needed if we have to bring about some kind of change, and which leads to empowerment of women and empowerment of women, which leads to humanization of women and humanization of men, which cultivates children from the very start of life as humane persons who are concerned about others, who are compassionate towards others, who can relate to others, not condemn, not blame, not show discrimination, not, against others. Now, the last part of my talk, I'm sorry, one more point of analysis. And that is, I would say, it has to do with the sexual repression in the patriarchal society. Very high sexual repression. It is only in a sexually repressed society you can have so many kinds of aberrations. And please let me say, it is not only in India. From local to the regional, to the national, to the global, this is there. Lesser or more sexual repression. There is sex everywhere. In the TV, in the channels, internet, everywhere there is. The minds of people are, in the minds of people, there is sex. Why is there a vagina fixation in the minds of people? A breast fixation in the minds of people? These are two organs of the body. Treat them as organs. Why are we fixated with this? I think many of you may have heard the story, or that Zen story of the two monks. I will repeat it for those who have not heard it. These two monks wanted to cross a river. They went to the river side and they wanted to cross the river. A young woman who was standing there, she was very scared to cross the river. So one monk looks at her. He says, would you like me to help you? I'll carry you around. She says, okay. He puts her on his shoulder, takes her across the river. And he leaves her on the other side. Now the monks keep walking towards their destination. On the way, the other monk tells him, you being a monk, how could you carry a young woman on your shoulder? Didn't you feel anything? The monk says, no, I have left her on the shore and I have finished with it. But you are carrying her in your mind even now. That's what is happening. This is what is happening to our society. We are all carrying, lust, sex in our heads because we are sexually repressed. That's why so many sexual aberrations, so many sex crimes within marriage, outside marriage. No need. If people are properly informed, if people are trained properly, if sexual education is given to people, there are, experts who can guide people, to be able to overcome their sexual disabilities. There are so much knowledge available, but it is not reaching our people. Okay. So with this kind of an analysis, I would like to offer you a few suggestions, and I'll not take, I think, too much of your time. I would say that, some of the things that I did not highlight today, but please remember that the declining sex ratio in places like Dakshina Kannada, where population figures were much higher. The women population was much higher compared to male population. And now this is declining and a lot of effort is being made. I'm also in one of the monitoring, committees where we go and visit a lot of these clinics which offer, screening services to determine the sex of the fetus or investigate the fetus. But then sex determination is forbidden, and a lot of these places now say that we are not, offering the services of sex determination. We are using our, screening centers for something else. Now the issue is why then there is a decline in the female population. Why it is not rising to the expected level in a large number of places all over India. This is happening. why it is not happening, rising. This is a matter of concern, and it is very much associated, remember, with reproductive rights, rights of women, rights of girls. And also, I would say a lot of these, C-section operations, the vasectomy issue, the issue of, why men cannot go for, sterilization procedures, and why women have to go through those painful procedures when it is so simple for men. What is the justification that is given for these kinds of actions? All this is very important. Okay. Now, coming to the resolution or some suggestion part of it, Madam Rosevira was telling me some suggestions should be given. Okay. Now, coming to the suggestion part, I would say that first of all, we have to evolve a very comprehensive approach to the empowerment of women, which also incorporates men, remember. If men are not empowered, men also cannot be happy. If you, go deep into this question, you will understand that. So a very comprehensive approach has to be evolved, and this has to be reflected in the policies that are being, that are drafted and that need to be drafted. This has to be, reflected. Not only personal dimension of empowerment of women, but also the economic dimension, the socio-cultural dimension, the psychological dimension or the mental dimension, even the spiritual dimension, and I would say the political dimension. You are students of politics, and you know what I mean when I talk about power, changing dynamics of power in a society. So that's very important. Okay. So inclusive of reproductive, rights, something that reproduction is an aspect of empowerment among all these other aspects. It is interconnected with all these other aspects. Okay. So we need to take a relook at all the policies that are there, laws which are there, and try to strengthen these laws, amend the, laws, remove the loopholes from the laws so that we can have a more effective law. We need new laws. Marital rape has to be ended, criminalized. Husband has no right over the wife unless she permits him. Over her body, I'm talking about. Doesn't have. He cannot force himself on her unless she permits him. Okay. So let us relook at all this and say, what are the policies we need? Comprehensive policies for empowering women, which will also, where men and women have to join. Sex education at all levels. A very small child is being taught today a good touch and bad touch. That's not enough. Sensitize children to, what happens to them. They can understand what is a good touch and a bad touch. Help them to articulate about bad touch. Express themselves, complain to the parents. Many children feel so guilty about telling about these things. They feel it is something very bad is done to me. I cannot, because there's so much of secrecy surrounding, these matters. Let us remove this secrecy, surrounding sex. We are all born out of sex union. Let us remove that. Okay. Let us advocate for sex education at all levels. Even parents need sex education. As I told you, a lot of repression is there. Men need sex education. Why there is so much of repression in us? Why so many men fear about their sexual prowess, ability? Why so many men have these fear? We need to understand these factors. So thirdly, I would say, let us study and understand the roots of gender inequality. Very, very important. All of us. I'm still in the process of studying and understanding what's happening. I believe in learning. I consider myself as one among you, although I'm nearing 73, as a learner, as a student. So let us keep learning. Let us understand what are the roots of gender inequality. What are the deep-rooted effects? What are the, immense, what is the, what I would call as the harm that this is being doing to our children, to our people across, especially the marginalized groups in society. Let's do that. Then let us think of, many, many other interventions which are there to address these factors, address one or other issues. Lot of it that is written, it is available in papers, it is available in documents. So I do not like to highlight again those areas, but let us work on this. So I hope I have not taken more time than that was given to me. Shall we have a little more discussion than, talk? Thank you very much for giving me a chance to address you and for listening to me. Thank you.
It was a very informative session and enlightening session. Before I conclude, I would like to open this forum for question and answers. Participants to raise the questions.
Questions, I would be very grateful because the sound system doesn't seem to be at all. Women, why are becoming the victim of rape is the question raised by one of our friends here. Women are not the only victims of rape. There are many boys who are the victims of rape also. Many, many young are victims of rape. And by and large, from men. And in some cases, from women themselves. They are also victims of rape. But boys don't speak about it in many, many cases. And this does a lot of damage to their psyche. Inappropriate touching, using child for sex purposes, a whole lot of those things keep happening. Raping a child. That's why you have an act like POCSO Act. Read that act. But why are women? Now, again, there are a few cases where very powerful women, very dominant women may also rape men. But these are by and large smaller percentage of cases. Now, to answer your question, why women become victims of rape in large number of cases, it is obvious, as I have told you already. Analyze patriarchy, the roots of patriarchy, how that is rooted in institutional networks, how it is rooted in cultures, how it is rooted in mindsets. Okay, thank you.
Am I audible?
Any other question?
Okay, yeah, ma'am. It was actually wonderful listening to you, the way you highlighted the ideas of patriarchy. Ma'am, at one point you did tell that men need to understand about a lot of things. The moment you told that, the first thing that came into me was
is it just men who needs to understand, or as women, a lot of times, are we feeding the idea of patriarchy as well? Are we promoting the other females around us to be submissive? At the moment they do it, are we glorifying it? Another thing I wanted to ask you is, now, in the context that you told use women for their purposes. I understand that you spoke about marital rape, and that was exactly correct. But generally in our society, there is this notion of using women. Even after sexual intercourse, it's mostly taken as the man gained something and the woman lost something. Even today, we have a lot of teens who support the idea. Like the moment a relationship somebody you had, the man tells that she was using me, bro. It's taken as, okay, she was using him for money. Is it because, men are usually tend to be financially dependent on that, we take it that way? The moment a girl tells that he was using me, we take it in the other sense. We know he was using her physically. I don't know why we have such notion in our head even today. When we look into literature also, ma'am, I don't know if it's too wrong. I don't know how rest of you are going to take it. The word virginity is for both the genders in English literature. But when it comes to my mother tongue, we use the word kanyaka, that is just for women. My question is, in spite of the fact that the world has moved so much, why are our thoughts, why are our society's thoughts still stuck in the age-old times, and we still believe that the purity of a woman beyond an individual lies between her thighs? I want you to throw lights on it, ma'am.
I think you have answered your question also in your way. Isn't it? Anyone would like to respond to that question? Make that a little dialogue. See, a woman in a society who is very self-confident, shows her leadership qualities, is, or who openly speaks up against the, what is happening to her or what is being done to other women. Such women are not very much accepted, right? They are not accepted. They're considered to be, viragos, very aggressive. She's very aggressive, they say. Accept it. Accept it. Yes, you are aggressive. You have to speak up. You have to speak up for yourself. You have to speak up for others. And more women have to do it. More men have to do it. It is only then we can build up a more humane and a more just society. More men, more women have to do it. When you see something wrong, speak up. Do your interventions, whatever you have to do. You don't have to always do it openly, but you can do in so many ways. You can train a lot of people to do it. Facilitate gender sensitization processes among the marginalized groups to question injustice. Facilitate gender sensitization process. See, I cannot sensitize you. You have to sensitize yourself. I can teach you, but learning is you. You have to learn. I can give you information, but you are the ones who have to question the answers I have given. Because my answer may not be always right. You have to question answers that are given. Even in the classroom, you have to debate, you have to question the teachers. A lot of debate, discussion, reflection is necessary in the classroom. Not just accepting what is being taught, what is being said, and repeating it in the examination. No. We have to develop highly critical bents of mind, questioning minds. Have I answered your question? A little bit at least? Huh? Okay, thank you.
There's one more question from Swati Arun in chat box.
Can I have the question on the
Chat box.
Thank you, everyone.
From Swati Arun.
Thank you. Thank you, Macron.
Ma'am, could you please answer the question from Swati Arun? It's in chat box. And the question is, could you give examples of how feministic ideology can be beneficial to other genders, including men?
Ella, no, I am not able to hear you at all. Do you mind putting the question on the, typing the
question is in the chat box by Swati. It's in chat box, ma'am. Could you?
Do you mind so writing the question? Please write the question. Yeah.
Ma'am, this question is in chat box. From Swati, it's in chat box. Can you read that question, ma'am? It's in chat box.
It's in chat box.
From Swati.
From Swati.
Question from Swati.
Yeah. That's a very good question. How feminist ideology can be beneficial to other genders, inclusive of men. See, we have to understand what feminism is all about. Feminism is not against men. It is pro-life. It is pro-women as well as pro-men. Feminism is demanding equality between sexes. It is demanding end to all forms of discrimination. Why double the number of men or more than that commit suicide today? Why do they commit suicide? Because they are not able to express themselves. They are not able to openly discuss their feelings. They are not able to share their suffering with others. They are not able to cry. Why are they constructed to be like that? Socio-culturally, you're telling the boys again and again, crying is a girl's job. Girls do that. Crying is something very natural. Let people cry, get over their, release their emotions, not repress those emotions. So feminism, in fact, which aims at equality between men and women, which aims at facilitating gender justice, is very much beneficial to men as well. And this is a question that needs to be understood and answered by all, by reading a lot, by reflecting a lot, by dialoguing a lot. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Ma'am, is there no? Have I answered that question, Dr. Dina?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
This is Joan, ma'am, from the sociology department. And I have a question for you. As academicians, do you think it is time that we draw the thin line between value education, moral science, and judgments? Because somewhere down in those value education books or moral science books, we teach them, it is ingrained from school itself to the college, that you lose your virginity, people start judging you. You go out with a boy in an empty space, people start judging you. You go to a pub with a boy, people start judging you. So these are things probably is what we are taught, and we grow up in the process of socialization? Do you think as teachers we need to stop teaching them that and probably teach them more about empowerment, more about the values which are more human, which are more about equality rather than judging the women on those grounds?
Yes.
Ma'am, what is your opinion? Should we just go ahead and scrap those books?
On basically what? My phone was low, so I'm recharging.
I'll repeat the question for you, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'll repeat. I'm yours. I'll repeat. My question was, in schools and colleges, we are taught value education from very young age. We are given moral science classes where we are taught that losing your virginity at this age is wrong. This is not our value system. So you are looked down upon by society. These are the standards of the society, accepted behaviors of the society, and we grow up with those value judgments. And by the time we come to college, we are already set with that. Some people may be fearless and bold and talk about it very, very openly that I went with a guy to a pub, and then you have the judgments also going around with it. So is it time that we scrap these books of value education and bring in more of things where you will teach students to become more human, more equal and non-judgmental?
Okay. Now see, basically one has to question, what are values? What are values? Are all the traditions that have come to us from age-old generations, which are imposed on us, positive values? The basic value in all religions, the spiritual value, is be human to another. If our value systems are making us judgmental against others, if these value systems are making us discriminatory against others, if these value systems are discriminating against women and others on the basis of so many factors, gender, caste, so many factors, do you adhere to these values? Or do you question these values? This is a question we have to ask. What are the values? What does justice mean? Constitutional values, justice mean? How do we meaningfully, what is the meaning that we give to the word justice? So many scholars have dwelt on that theme. You political science students in particular, you work, you try to understand these concepts, arrive at meanings for these concepts which are understandable to everyone by taking from all very good thinkers, reflectors. What does justice mean? What does justice, equality goes along with non-discrimination on the basis of gender, on the basis of caste, on the basis of color, on the basis of ethnicity and everything. Disability, your sexual preference. Yes, and let us understand that. Humanization is the most important value. We all fail in that, including me. We are not very human towards others. To people who are with us, in our homes, in our workplaces. This is where we have to change. So I would say, my friend who has raised this question on you're being taught moral education. To me, morality and purity, morality and virginity, morality and sexuality. These should not be merged together. These are two different things. A woman who is a sex worker can be as pure as you and I are because of circumstances, because of, some men luring her, because of force and abduction, she has been pushed into that act. Who are we to judge her? Now, even if she is gone out of her own will into that work, who am I to judge her? This is my answer to you. So a lot of reflection is needed to understand what are morals, what are values, what are, positive values, what are values that are imposed on us for centuries and centuries. What is the pay that boys and girls, men and women pay for this? We need to do a lot of reflection. Ultimately, the compassion, concern for the other, that matters a lot. Sharing and caring matters a lot. Equality matters a lot. Justice matters a lot. Fraternity matters a lot. Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, one last question. We have a student here. I'll give you a chance to her. I wanted to ask one question in the line of what Joan was asking. That I think when you speak about gender sensitization, the EVS textbooks at the lower level says father is the head of the family. He's the one who buys things in the market. But I see women like me carrying stuff from shops to homes. And where my children deny the fact that father buys things from the market. So these kind of sentences probably need to be re-evaluated, and these textbooks need to be rewritten once more, where it's not father is the head of the family, but both mother and the father are co-equal heads of the family. I'm giving this mic to one of my students.
Ma'am?
Yes. What's your
Are you
question?
there? Ma'am, I wanted to ask you, since you have experienced a lot, like you have seen many things, you have seen many generations grow from like almost 20 years of experience, you have seen how men and women have been treated. And from that experience, could you please let me know that you have seen any development in gender sensitization? Do you believe there is any development?
Men and women are treated differently.
And from before to now, do you believe that how they are treated from previously to now, there is any development? Or do you think it's still the same? There is no difference on the treatment towards women or men from the previous?
There's quite a lot of change happening. There's quite a lot of progressive change happening. It is not the same as earlier. Okay. There are many women who are beginning to many men who are sensitive, who are sharing household labor, who are treating their wives with respect, sharing and caring, very sharing housework, sharing child rearing tasks, because it humanizes men and women when you have sharing of child rearing tasks. So these are some things that are definitely happening in our society. Progress is happening, but there is a lot of gender insensitivity, lot of it, and a lot of what you call as subtle forms of discrimination that keeps on happening. When we say, for example, why reservation? Reservation does a lot of harm for us, to us. To whom does it harm? Okay, if reservation has given some opportunities to people to come up, to occupy seats in parliament, to occupy seats in educational institutions, to acquire education, what's wrong with that? But that alone does not empower the discriminated, for example, Dalits. That does not, reservation alone does not empower the women or the tribals. There are many other interventions that are necessary. Okay, so I would say that progress is definitely there, but at the same time, we have a long way to go in terms of, achieving more of gender justice at the institutional level, at the cultural level, as I said, and in our own mindsets, altering our own mindsets. I think people today are becoming a little afraid of, the language that they use. So some of the, people have been taken to task for the wrong language that they are using. So that's good. So I think there are both what you call as forces of domination and forces of resistance. This is what is happening today. And that is a very healthy kind of a trend. Have I answered your question?
As we come to the end of this
Have
session.
I answered your question?
Yes, ma'am, you have answered the question. Yes. As we have come to this end of this session, I thank Dr. Rita Norona, my professor, for giving an elaborative session based on her work experience. Yes, ma'am, you have rightly said, social change is always difficult. When the basic relationship between men and women in families and societies are involved, especially in patriarchal society. In order to ensure basic rights of women as part of reproductive rights, we need to start with analyzing the factors responsible for various kinds of discrimination and its impact on the women. To end this kind of discrimination, you mentioned children need to enter the school and women needs to enter highest decision-making body. You mentioned the mindset of people has to be changed when it comes to gender insensitivity. Education is the only way to cure sexual disability. You gave us very concrete suggestions. First of all, we have to evolve comprehensive approach of empowerment. It has to be reflected in policies. Holistic empowerment has to be emphasized. And apart from that, you also emphasized amendments of laws is mandatory to ensure gender equality. Sex education at all levels is must, and the learning process regarding gender must start from me and you. With this, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Dr. Rita Noronna, for enlightening us on the area of gender sensitizations and sharing your vast experience and knowledge. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to Ms. Savita, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, for introducing the speaker. Thank all the participants for raising their questions and making this session more interactive. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Veena. You have conducted this session very well. It was a very bold session, and I felt over the hours we are gaining more richer insights into it. Before we break for the lunch, a small reminder that we will be assembling back at 1:35 sharp because our next and the last resource person is addressing us from New Delhi, and therefore she also has a time constraints. We cannot, invade into her time schedule. So kindly be here at 1:35, and we also go according to our time schedule and close the sessions by 3:30 p.m. today. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, Madam Vijaya. We just want to check if your audio is and video is fine.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Yeah,
Video.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, that's clear.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will start in 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon all. I really it's my privilege to introduce to you Dr. Vijaya Roy, Assistant Professor, Public Health and General Studies, Center for Women's Development Studies, Delhi. She has 2 decades of research experience working in varied aspects related to health, like public-private partnership in healthcare, policies of commercialization of healthcare, gender, healthcare workforce, and casualization, childbirth practices, and midwifery. Madam has been part of teaching program at Ambedkar University, Delhi, and CWDS Collaborative MPhil PhD program, Women and Gender Studies at Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata. She comes with an interdisciplinary background in public health, social work, and food and nutrition. She holds PhD on social medicine and community health from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. Dr. Roy served as the guest editor of Indian Journal of Gender Studies, Special Issues, Gender and Commercialization of Healthcare in 2016. She has published over 25 peer-reviewed research papers. The interview conducted by Niranthar, the third eye, on how does privatization of healthcare impact women, shows her popularity in the subject. She currently serves as a member for Institutional Ethics Committee, Public Health Resource Network, New Delhi, and is an advisory committee member of SEHER, a unit of Center for Health and Social Justice, New Delhi. She is part of the Jiva Collective, that is the Birth Study Collective. It's a privilege to listen to you today, Madam, on reproductive rights and public health. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. To moderate the session, we have our own Dr. Shakila Hegde, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science. She has 2 decades of teaching experience and has her PhD on the topic, the role of women organization in the empowerment of women in Dakshina Kannada, a study. She has published articles related to gender in national and international journals. A warm welcome to Dr. Shakila. I kindly request Dr. Vijaya Roy to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, and it's a great pleasure to be at the St. Aloysius College in Mangalore. And it's a very interesting topic around which you're organizing reproductive choice. And the question is, how much choice women across their lifespan get from the healthcare system in India on various aspects of sexual and reproductive health. Now, it was a pleasure to be part of this webinar in the morning session. And I think a bit around it in terms of rights and international and national laws have been covered. So I will not get per se into the aspects around the issues around rights, which has been already covered. My experience comes more from my ongoing research around health policy and how healthcare services respond to women's health issues. Without further delay, I share my work with you all, and I'll partly read out from what I have been writing, and partly I'll share it through the PPT. So I'll just yes. Is it visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The reproductive choice, I think choice is a very important word. And I think we will see in this discussion how choice unfolds through the health policies and through the healthcare systems for the women who are spread across different socioeconomic backgrounds. Now, reproductive and sexual health rights are a part of the comprehensive health rights and are a constellation of freedoms and entitlements which have been given to us. They embrace certain human rights that are already recognized in our national laws, international laws, and international human rights documents, and various other consensus documents. These rights rest on the recognition of the basic rights of all couples and individuals to decide freely and responsibly the number, spacing, and the timing of the children, and to have the information and means to do so, and the right to attain the highest standard of sexual and reproductive health. It also includes the right to make decisions concerning the reproduction free of discrimination, coercion, and violence as expressed in human rights documents. It is important to understand the dimensions of discrimination, coercion, and violence, as this also guides our reproductive choices. International Congress on Population and Development in 1994 makes it clear that the reproductive rights are not a new set of rights. Rather, they refer to a diversity of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights affecting the sexual and reproductive life of the individuals and the couples. Now, in a context, but in India, the courts have issued several notable decisions which recognizes the women's reproductive rights as part of the inalienable survival rights, which is protected under the fundamental right of health. There are some certain groundbreaking judgments where the courts have been, for the first time, recognized the reproductive rights as essential for women's equality and have called for respect for women's rights to autonomy and decision-making concerning pregnancy and maternal health care. However, at the same time, we have to also remember the court judgments have not always been uniform. But there have been certain rulings which have boldly affirmed the women's rights to the remedies for violations of the reproductive rights, which include areas of maternity care, contraception, abortion. Now, further getting into it, when we are speaking about reproductive health rights, what do we mean by reproductive health and reproductive health care and bodily integrity? Reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, which is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity in all matters relating to the reproductive system and to its functions and processes. Reproductive health therefore implies that the people are able to have satisfying and safe sexual life, that they have the capacity to reproduce and freedom to decide if and when and how often to do so. And as from here, we can say that reproductive health is a component of the reproductive rights. So what are the key components of sexual and reproductive health? According to the WHO, there are 5 key components. One is, and first is the ensuring the contraceptive choice and safety and infertility services. Second is improving the maternal and newborn health. Thirdly, the reducing the sexually transmitted infections, which is also comprising of HIV and other reproductive morbidities. Eliminating unsafe abortion and providing post-abortion care. Lastly and fifthly is the promoting healthy sexuality, which also includes adolescent health and reducing the harmful practices. Now, what it translates in terms of reproductive health care is a constellation of methods, techniques, and services that contribute to reproductive health and well-being by preventing and solving the reproductive health problems. It also includes care for sexual health, the purpose of which is the enhancement of life and personal relations, not merely counseling and care related to reproduction and sexually transmitted infections. Thirdly, the important nomenclature in this, the respect for the bodily integrity. The human rights of women include their right to have control over and decide freely and responsibly on matters related to their sexuality, including sexual and reproductive health, which is again free of coercion, discrimination, and violence. Now, we have seen in the earlier presentations how even despite having the acts, various kinds of acts, which our constitution gives us, there has been violation of the rights to the women's, and they have been explained under different circumstances. Now, how do we locate the reproductive health rights and where do we locate them? Now, before getting into the rights directly, there has been an historical journey. And I think as students who coming from the Department of Political Science, engaging with health issues, I think it is interesting to know how this journey we have arrived at. It starts way back in 1968 when the first final act of the Tehran Conference Human Rights was organized and where the reproductive rights were recognized of women. And then we see 3 decades of work. Then in 1975, we have the Declaration of the Mexico on Equality of Women and their contribution to the development and peace and plans of action. So over the years, we see that there have been various developments. 93 was the World Conference on Human Rights. Then 1994, we have the Watershed Conference, which is the ICPD, and which is very critical whenever whoever is engaging with reproductive health or women's health in a broader sense, and program of action. Then 1995 is the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action. 2000 is the MDGs, which were, and then subsequently we have the SDGs, and 2005 is the World Summit outcome. However, these historical transitions are all in the international space. At the simultaneously, we have had also developments which have been happening in the national scenario. Now, when we engage with the context of healthcare services, we will be seeing those developments. Now, how different human rights obligations are linked to the reproductive rights. Now, these are 6 set of basic rights: right to health, right to life and liberty, non-discrimination and equality, right to education and information, right to enjoy the benefits of scientific progress, and the right to privacy, to marriage and family life. Now, these are the various human rights that intersect with the reproductive rights and give form and content to these rights. Now, reproductive health rights necessitates the intersection of other rights which are beyond these rights, like the right to food, nutrition, sanitation, livelihoods, education, non-discrimination, comprehensive information, informed consent, comprehensive healthcare, freedom from violence and coercion. And therefore, we need to look at a vast spectrum of policies and programs and laws which have implication for the reproductive and health rights. Now, if we look at the nature of sexual and reproductive healthcare services in India, we see that it cannot be confined to only one particular set of population, but it has to be available across the urban and rural spaces, remote and underserved areas, which are largely inhabited by the Dalits, tribals, migrant population, who are often socioeconomically at disadvantaged position and also face the social exclusion. Reproductive health facilities, goods and services must be at the same time culturally appropriate and acceptable. Now, when we look at this in our Indian context, we see that there is public healthcare. At the same time, there's a very big private healthcare system in our country. But the public healthcare system is not well developed and is not capable of providing comprehensive, good quality health services, which is universally acceptable to all and free at the point of service delivery. We see that the Indian healthcare system is challenged by a range of issues. The very first and prominent one is the low public investment, to poor infrastructure, which includes medicines, diagnostics, and inadequate skilled human resources. And I think the last year COVID-19 experiences, who many of you who have been following it up closely have seen how our healthcare system has fared in times of crisis like pandemic. Now, additionally to this shortcomings, there is the increased risk of privatization and corporatization of healthcare and an absence of robust regulation of this private healthcare system. All of this has also implications for the reproductive healthcare services, that is in terms of its quality, accessibility, affordability, and availability, creating further socio-economic and geographical distances, particularly for girls, women, and marginalized communities. Inequities in access to reproductive healthcare and health outcomes in India are apparent for the vulnerable groups as well as between and within states. Even in states where the overall averages are improving, marginalized communities and poorer economic quintiles of the population, among them women and girls, continue to fare poorly. At the same time, we must remember that India was among the first countries in the world to develop the legal and policy frameworks guaranteeing access to abortion and contraception. Women and girls continue to experience significant barriers to full enjoyment of their reproductive rights, including poor quality of health services and denials of women and girls' decision-making authority. Historically, reproductive health related laws and policies in India have failed to recognize women's rights and instead focus on the demographic targets, such as the population control, while also implicitly and explicitly undermining women's reproductive autonomy through discriminatory provisions such as spousal consent requirements for access to reproductive health services. Now, it is in this context, it is critical to locate the reproductive health services within the larger framework of comprehensive healthcare. And since health systems play an important role in realization of the rights related to reproductive health. Now, under the wider umbrella of the reproductive healthcare services, there are various kinds of services available. Now, to this discussion, I bring four major areas. One is the maternity care programs. Second is the maternity benefit programs, which relate to the nutritional services. Second is the contraceptive and the how the violations lead to a certain kind of violence within the reproductive healthcare services. Now, when we see what are the kinds of maternal health care and government of India interventions are. Now, over the last 2 decades, there has been major intervention in terms of childbirth practices. And one of the major thing which brought about this change is the National Rural Health Mission, which was started in 2005. And in the later years, it has, with the National Urban Health Mission, it has been merged. And now it is named as the National Health Mission, which gave a huge emphasis in terms of shifting home births to the institutional births. That is, now the childbirth will take place in the hospital or the nursing homes, and reducing the births which were earlier taking place in the house. Then we have the 2 more programs which is followed by immediately. One is the Janani Suraksha Yojana program and the Janani Sishu Suraksha Yojana program. See, these programs are very important to understand. It is through which one recognizes and upholds the reproductive healthcare rights. Then we have, followed by that, we have the reproductive maternal, neonatal and adolescent health program in 2030. I think this is one watershed program which actually brings childbirth, the health of the women and the adolescent health under the same umbrella. Then we have the Pradhan Mantri Matritva Abhiyan and Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram, which is very much again addressing the adolescent health issues. And then we have, in the very recent years, the Lakshya program and the midwifery guidelines. Lakshya program is towards attending the kind of violence women are met out in the hospital scenario when they are due for their childbirth. Now, maternity care program, there has been the number of institutional births has increased over the last 2 decades. And this is one of the statistics which I'm showing you, which also shows the place of birth as per the social location of the woman. And NFHS is the National Family and Health Survey, which has been done over the last 3 decades. And NFHS 3 was done in 2005-6. NFHS 4 was done in 2015-16. NFHS 5 has also come out, but the reports are at the state level. They're not at the country level. So I'm just referring to these 4 NFHS surveys. Now, women, it shows that how women in different social categories have given birth in which kind of healthcare institutions. And we still see that there is a predominance of births in the public sector hospitals. However, when we look at NFHS 1 and NFHS 4, women who are in the marginalized communities have moved up, and now almost 60% from the scheduled caste and 56% from the scheduled tribe category, women are accessing public hospitals. I think this is a distinct shift we see also among the other backward caste groups who have moved from 16.3 to 50.4. So we see that in public hospitals now women are more delivering, yet the question lies, what are the issues in these institutional births? are the women treated with respect and dignity, and do they face any kind of violence when they move to these institutions from home to hospital and nursing homes for their childbirth. Now, when we look at the data once again, that we have very little data in terms of, how complicated, whether there are complicated births or not. But we see that there are now more cesarean sections taking place, which is more in the private hospital, and in the government hospital, the less of C-section births are taking place. So we see that this pushing of low-risk births to the poor, and the various studies which have been done from the remote areas, we see that when the home births are much in certain areas where there are indigenous midwives, but at the same time the peripheral clinics and institutions are not safe. There is a pushing of the low risk births to the poorly managed peripheral institutions, and at the same time women have shared their fear of going to these institutions for birth, in fear of that they are not getting supportive help. There are very few people to attend to them. Another aspect is the percentage of pregnancy USG test, which is in urban areas. It has increased by almost 3 times. And also we see that in rural areas, it has increased. It is as per the NFHS 4, it is 54.5%. Now the question immediately is, how does it relate to reproductive rights? The question and choices. The question is that obstetric ultrasonography has increased many times. The required norm is that at least minimum 2 or at the most 3 USGs can be done. There are micro level studies which are showing that the number of USGs which are being prescribed to pregnant women are more than 3 in many cases. So one of the recent studies we have completed, which was done in Delhi and Hyderabad, we have found that women who have gone to, doing ultrasonography during pregnancy as high as 12 times. So the choice of having a normal delivery or a C-section and is also not many a times in the hands of women. And yes, there are cases in which the C-section is absolutely necessary, but at the same time, we are also seeing data which is raising questions, which the latest round of NFHS shows that the C-sections have increased, and it has increased in 22 states. And at the same time, in maternity care, we also see there is a lot of non-consent care which happens. Many a times, women are not educated about why a particular test or why a surgical intervention is being done. Like one of the simplest intervention is like the diagnostics test, which in the earlier slide I had shown, which is the USG. So as the antenatal care, which is recommended thrice as per the National Health Program, maternity care program, a woman is supposed to be educated, informed about the need for USG and why it is being done, what is the need for it, and every time why it is being done, what is the purpose behind it. And many times, in large number of times, actually it is found that neither women is educated, informed about the need, nor the USG reports are discussed with the women, and neither the consent, like when any woman is going in for any kind of test, or young girl is also going for test, how comfortable is the women or how comfortable is the young girl to go through the test? What are the fears? These are hardly considered. Now, moving on from here is we would be looking at the maternity benefit programs. And it's important to look at how maternity care programs and maternity benefit programs are linked to each other. And in India, we see that 95% of women workers are employed in the informal and unorganized sector and do not receive any kind of wage compensation during pregnancy or even after the childbirth, although they are expected to rest, to gain weight, and to improve their own health, and then to provide the newborn with exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months. Now, Maternity Benefit Acts 2017 and Child Care Leave apply largely for the women who are in the organized sector. We have this new program, which is the Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana program, which was started in 2017. It caters to women both in the organized and in the unorganized sector, but it covers largely the unorganized sector, where women are paid as daily wage workers or as per the scheme, or wherever they are working as per that particular rules and regulation. Now, the objective of this is to cover the first pregnancy only, whereas how this is being decided, that why it will only cover first pregnancy, is absolutely arbitrary. Nobody knows why only first pregnancy is being covered, and why it is being raised here, because it goes against the right to food, basic health and nutrition, and reproductive rights that come under the purview of Article 21 of the Constitution of India. Now, at the same time, when we look at the National Food Security Act, it clearly says that every pregnant woman and lactating woman is entitled to free meals as well as cash benefits for 6 months. So it's important to see that every pregnant woman, so the moment that PMMVA defines that only first pregnancy will be covered, that means if the woman or the couple is going in for second pregnancy, they will not be able to avail this particular scheme. Now, over and above that, we also see that in the year 2020-21, which is a recent year, this particular program saw the worst budget cut, and the budget was cut by almost 50%. Now, moving on to the adolescent health, there has been a lot of talk around menstruation, and we see that it is a very common phenomena across the country that women, young girls who are in their adolescent years, 13 years, whenever a young girl is starting her menstruation, they face a lot of discrimination, and this discrimination comes in different forms, and a young girl who is menstruating, and also even women, adult, they're considered impure, and which has an implication in terms of social care. Now, we see that since it is considered taboo and girls and women are considered impure, there's denial of dignity and respectful care during menstruation. And the studies show very interesting facts that one of the studies shows that around 71% of adolescent girls are unaware of menstruation until they get it themselves. So it again goes back to the issue of taboo and impurity, that it is not spoken openly, and it remains largely a hushed thing. And I think in one of the last presenters also touched upon this area. And it is seen that around 23 million girls drop out of school annually after they start the periods, as they do not find clean toilets, and there is poor access to sanitary products. And there's fear of staining, and the girls worry that they will be mocked. by their classmates if there is a stain or the red spot is there. Menstruating women are often ostracized from social and cultural activities and are forced to put up with all sorts of restrictions. And this restriction also comes in terms of what they can eat and what they cannot eat, where they can sleep. And so all these have also psychological impacts, which also has a bearing on their education. Now, coming to the contraceptive services from here, so we see that menstruation is one area which is largely remains untouched, but the program which has been there initiated for the adolescent health girls, it has started talking about it, and but however we see the implementation of it is still weak. And but the good part is that there is a shift when I see from my school years and college years to this time. That time there was hardly used to be any discussion around it, but now I feel that there is a discussion, and there is a discussion in the open public space. So the benefits will translate in years to come. So contraceptive services, and again here I refer to the data, and there was a discussion here. What are the kind of contraceptive services which is available to us? And this data interestingly shows that it is the female sterilization, which is the long-term method, which is the most common method, which is in NFHS 4, it was 36, and in NFHS 3, it is 37. So what is around the contraception? What are the how are the contraceptive services designed, and what does it mean in terms of women's reproductive health rights? We see that the main contraceptive services are packaged under the family planning program, and the overarching motivation of this program in the country is to control women's fertility towards either controlling or stabilizing the population, rather than ensuring the rights to enjoy safe and fulfilling sexual relations. This continues to drive the access to the contraception, directing preference for long-term contraceptive methods, permanent. So this is the long-term contraceptive method, which is the female sterilization I was showing here. Now, further, the family planning has primarily been perceived in the context of marriage and procreation. Thus, norms around young people, adolescents, single women, and others who fall outside the domain of marriage have faced barriers, or they have stigmatized access to the contraception. Now, young people or adolescents are one such groups who are frequently encounter significant barriers, which lead to the high risk of unintended pregnancy and high risk of contracting sexually transmitted infections, HIV, and others. Stigma around adolescent sexuality or requirement of the parental consent also deters adolescents from seeking contraceptive services. Now, from here we see that in this we here see that female sterilization as the major contraceptive services. So what has sterilization meant for women in India? And sterilization is done mainly as a camp approach, which has violated the human rights and women's access to safe, non-coercive, non-discriminatory reproductive health services. And in the last 2 decades have seen, I'm just showing you the data here, India has carried up to around 4 million sterilizations during this time, and has less than 1 lakh of these surgeries have been done on men. And between 2009 and 2012, up to 700 deaths were reported due to botched sterilization surgeries. So how sterilization is carried on is something very critical to be observed in our context. We see that the sterilization, innumerable number of reports have shown they have been coercive in practice. Women from the marginalized communities, when they birth in the public hospitals, without any consent, they are made to go through the women are made to go through tubectomy. Then, and they have informal contraceptive targets, which flouts the principles of informed consent, violates the rights and health and well-being of women. And we see that such targets have often used women who are from the poor and marginalized communities, and they have been subjected to these sterilization camps. And the recent case in Supreme Court, in the Devika Biswas case, it was recognized that sterilization program is virtually a relentless campaign for female sterilization. Now, post these surgeries where deaths have occurred, it was last year, this family planning indemnity scheme was started to provide compensation in case of death or failure as a result of sterilization operations. But if you all refer to the Chhattisgarh case, which happened in 2014, there were sterilization camps were organized, and the doctor who conducted the sterilizations did without being monitored, without any kind of regulation protocols being followed, and many women passed away. Now, within this contraceptive services, and since it has been, as also mentioned earlier, it has been tied to the family planning program, and the intention of the program has been to control the women's body. Two-child norm has emerged as a means, has also been propagated as a standard family size. And also at the same time, in the recent years, we see that this two-child norm has been used to curtail welfare for the marginalized community. So on one hand, it is being used to kind of define what would be the ideal family size, and at the same time, it is being used to curtail access to certain welfare schemes for the marginalized communities. So, and at the same time, the population policy of 2000 also stands in violation to the, two-child norm stands in violation to the policy framework of the NPP of 2000. Now, population policies framed by some state governments reflect in certain respects a coercive approach through the use of incentives and disincentives. See, incentives means in terms of when a healthcare worker is told that if you bring so many cases to the institution, you would be incentivized, you would be given this amount of money. And disincentive is in terms of the people who come under the program. Like if you are having more than 2 children, you will be not given access to these programs. So this is how incentive and disincentive works, and are violative of the human rights. The violation of human rights affects in particular the marginalized and vulnerable sections of society, including women, and the propagation of two-child norm, the coercion or the manipulation of individual fertility decisions through the use of incentives and disincentives. Now, it goes against the voluntarily informed choice and the human rights of the people, particularly rights of the child. Now, the question is that why this is being adopted, the two-child norm, and it shows that this adoption is motivated by the state's perception of population explosion and the need to control or stabilize the supposedly the uncontrolled demographic growth through the aggressive population policies. Now, evidence points to the direct linkages between two-child norm and the negative outcomes for women, including forced abortion, sex-selective abortions, divorce, desertions, and disowning of the third child. The norm is many a time discriminatory and disempowering, and it has created barriers to participate in governance by women and men, and particularly young people, especially from marginalized in the local governance, such as in Panchayati Raj institutions and regional and state governance institutions. Now, we see that a study from Madhya Pradesh showed that 50% of the disqualified candidates based on the two-child norm belong to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other backward caste categories. Now, apart from the curtailing their ability to participate in the local governance, we also see the newer policies coming up which strengthen these kinds of norms. And many states, both at the by the central government and the state government, and which is also using these now, policies to become markers whether they can access the welfare benefits and social services. And as a result, these norms now become very critical. Now, this year, few months back, I think if you have been all following the media, there were a lot of discussion around the Uttar Pradesh Population Control, Stabilization and Welfare Bill of 2021. And it is not a bill which is in isolation, because there is already bill in the state of Assam, Gujarat, Orissa, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. So these include barring persons with more than two through various, as already mentioned, from contesting in municipal and panchayat elections, and also disqualifying many a times from the government jobs. So these act as direct incentives for employment and participation. Now, what we see is that from the way the policies and programs have unfolded over the last 4 or 5 decades in the arena of maternity care programs, in the area of for the adolescent health and contraception, we see that the healthcare services are not provided uniformly. It is stratified based on the location of the women and the couples. So reproduction also has at the same time emerged as a kind of a social institution that is being organized, and also at the same time being governed by a set of values, norms, activities, and social relations and regulatory certain regimes, which is being operated through the state, our religious institutions, and international financial institutions, NGOs, and social movements. So we see, I go back to this table, which again brings us the location of the women. So the healthcare services and the reproductive health, which is being also governed by very macro forces, shows that the healthcare services are also stratified depending on where they're located, and based on the value which is given to the women's procreation, depending on her social status. And at the same time, we see that there is violation of rights and there is violence on women through various kinds of norms, which is being perpetuated through, like as we see in the social case through the menstruation. Then we see how stigma operates in case of menstrual health, and then in contraceptive and two-child norm. So, however, within the domain of public health, we have very little discussion around the reproductive violence, but it is gradually being recognized and informed. And as one of the researchers, scholars, Rachel Chadwick, who is working in the context of South Africa, says that reproductive violence has remained long hidden in our plain sight. Now, this Lakshya program is one of the very first programs which talks about reproductive violence in the context of India, but it does not term as reproductive violence. It is terming reproductive violence yet as abuse and mistreatments. So I'm just making here reference in terms of trying to see how reproductive health and rights unfold to the various programs we have in place. So we see that the reproductive violence is a form of violence that has long been veiled and is yet silenced, but at the same time it is often ignored and it remains hushed, and it has acted as a tool for women's oppression many a times within the healthcare system, particularly when we see in the privacy of medical consultation or childbirth. Women are often victims of practices that are violent, abusive, both verbal and physical behavior, disrespected, discriminated, and thus mistreated. So reproductive violence is one area which is being now talked about in Indian context. The policy has just begun to talk about, and I think in years to come, research will throw greater light. And at the same time, there is also a discussion around reproductive coercion, which is operated through the state level policies and programs. So the question is, what is the road ahead for us? And I think these programs and policies do uphold the reproductive rights, and they show how the provision works within our context. However, at the same time, there are violations of the reproductive health rights, and which is frequent and varies from place to place, from institutional places. But at the same time, there are ways of moving ahead, and I think those are the areas one has to address. One first is the improving the access to social determinants of reproductive health, which is in the area of nutrition, safe drinking water, safe and hygienic toilets, and the role of gender inequality and stigma. These are important connections to be made. Then recognizing the gender-based violence, which operates at the household level and also at the level of healthcare systems. Increasing the public healthcare expenditure on both health and human resources. They are vital to the running of more safe, quality, and comprehensive healthcare services. Then promoting more universal and comprehensive rather than targeted public healthcare system, and curtailing the promotion of privatization of healthcare with effective regulation. And to all these, I think it is important that women who are accessing different healthcare systems, they should have mechanism to address the grievances. Often in private consultation spaces, women do face various kinds of violence. And at the present context, there is very little space to report such kind of grievances. So I would like to conclude with saying that policies and programs must therefore take cognizance of the various kinds of discrimination which arise through ethnicity, caste, religion, and also at the same time, it is now important to see the other kinds of discrimination which arises out of disability, sexuality, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Thank you.
Dr. Vijaya Roy's this presentation on reproductive rights and public health has been very informative to us, and this really comes out from her research experience in this particular area. So I'd just like to point out here a few of the more stressed point by Madam. She began her explanation or her presentation through giving knowledge about the historical journey towards this particular process of recognizing rights, that is reproductive rights of women, right from the international sphere, the conventions and human rights approach towards recognizing rights of women. Later on, she even looked into how at the national scenario, the things have worked out through giving special emphasis to recognize this particular right as though human rights are fundamental rights. And also, she spoke about giving special emphasis towards Dalits and disadvantaged groups, as they are meant to be the marginalized groups. And particularly when it came to care, public care system, she even spoke about certain challenges before us in Indian society, social system, dealing with infrastructure and medicine. She also made a mention of privatization and corporatization in the form of we have experienced through coronavirus or COVID situation. She, in her course of presentation, gave us a table which gave explanation about the availability of the health services in the form of maternity care and also contraceptive. And maternal benefit program, which all are they available in the Indian legal or the so-called programs or the schemes which have come up, she has already pointed out with. And what really matters here is her taking note of transformation which has come over a period of time, speaking about menstruation health or even about the contraceptive services which is available. She said that over a period of time, how we have become open to discuss about this, and this has been a positive trend toward this particular aspect or issue we take note of. And concluding with, she spoke about even two-child policy, how it is going to violate the national population policy as well as human rights. And alongside, she focused on take a note of violence in the process of towards reproductive health, which takes place. So all these are a few of the note we can make of through the presentation by Madam, and we really need to appreciate, and we are happy to have you as the resource person to us. And if from student side, participant side, and also those who are connected to us through Zoom can forward their questions.
Madam Vijaya, some of the questions are there already in the chat box. Is menstruation bad for environment? Are menstrual products bad for women's health?
I think there has been a lot of discussion in the last couple of years around menstrual products because some of the menstrual, large number of the menstrual products which is available in the market, they are plastic based, and they cannot be disposed in an environmental friendly manner. And so the discussion has been around how to make menstrual products which are more friendlier to the environment, and at the same time, uh, since plastic is used, they have also implications for women uh, health in terms of skin irritation many women get. So there has been, the question is not in terms of whether menstrual per se is a bad, because it is a normal biological process where women have been getting it across centuries. The question is more around the products, whether how much of it is environmentally friendly. And since it is a product which is used in close contact with skin, and so how good it is for the skin, these are the debates. There's one question around sterilization. I think it is important to understand the contraceptive more in terms of what are the choices women get in terms of having access to the different kinds of contraceptive which is available. Who has access to more, as you have already seen in the table, that various kinds of contraceptives were listed, and sterilization is often used more forcibly. And it has been repeatedly said here, like, how many children a family or a woman would like to have, that choice is never given to her. It is imposed by the state to her. So, and the way sterilization is conducted without even educating her that, that this is the kind of sterilization this will have, whether it will have any side effect or not. And you come back, whether the women can come back and then say to the, doctor who would be conducting that, yes, I would like to go ahead. And in most cases, it doesn't happen in that manner, particularly women who are from the marginalized and the poor economic background. Very often it doesn't happen. Yeah.
One more question. This is regarding your presentations.
Yes.
This is rightly pointed out also that if you have one child policy, two child policy, this is curbing the reproductive rights, particularly that of women. But then we also have this goal of sustainability that we're talking about. And therefore, how do we try to find a balance, or how does the twain meet here?
See, sustainability, if we see in terms of demographic, we have already reached a total fertility rate is below the replacement level now. So in terms of demography, if we go, that is not a requirement anymore. And I think per se two-child norm is not going to bring about sustainability if the other welfare schemes are not provided to the couples, to the women. A woman needs a stabilized job, work environment, and large number of the women are working in the unorganized sector. They don't have childcare leave, they don't have childcare support mechanism. So per se, population control is not this kind of family planning program is going to act more coercive, and you're going to throw out the people out of the workforce and out of the access to the basic services of education. And so the larger question emerges: if you are throwing out people of the welfare schemes, how do you make your own population sustainable? If you are throwing them out of jobs, if you're throwing them out of public distribution schemes, if you're not giving them the opportunity to be part of local governance system, how do you then make it sustainable? No coercive policy has ever been sustainable. And I think there are large number of studies which have shown that already, that the family size is also dependent on the kind of occupational category you are in. In agricultural household, we see large number of families. So the issues cannot be one policy for everyone. One policy does not fit everyone.
Questions from the audience? Any student?
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. My question is, when we deal with the National Family Health Surveys, the third and fourth one, we find that sterilization has been actually reduced, especially the permanent sterilization, both men, female, as well as male sterilization. Whereas the other methods of contraceptives have increased. Any opinion, or what does the study say regarding this?
Yeah, one is long-term permanent has been reduced, but at the same time, there has been marginal increase in IUD that has happened. And also at the same time, there has been in the urban space, there have been certain studies which has been more in terms of emergency pills have been used, and in the rural areas there has been also follow up with the this kind of the IUD has seen a increase in around. So, and people who have historically gone through the permanent sterilization, they have their intergenerational stories which have not been very encouraging. So I think the women have themselves also seen what has been the stories for their mothers. So are you exactly asking that what has been where the share has gone increased?
I just wanted to know why this permanent sterilization has been reduced and
has reduced. Yeah, there's, I think, one reason
where it doesn't match, I feel, in the sense what we are talking about, two-child norm and then the data.
Yeah.
Somewhere it doesn't fit in.
The latest, you are saying the latest round?
Yeah, latest one. That is the fourth survey what we are seeing.
The fifth survey.
This is 2015-16.
Yeah, it's a very marginal, 36 and 37. It's a very marginal drop.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
And then the policy regarding the contraceptives, in the sense permanent sterilization, and then the two-child norm.
Yeah.
I don't know to what extent actually it works. This is my thought. That's it. Because what the data at the national level is showing, and the policies what they are dealing with, will it actually?
So that has been the debate, no? Because with the UP bill, the question has been that the total fertility rate has gone down the replacement level. So the question has been, do we really need this kind of bills? So are you trying to say, if I'm getting it correctly, are you trying to say that two-child norm and sterilization, they have gone hand in hand, or they have worked inversely?
As per the data, I feel it is not going hand in hand. That's it. What the data shows, and I'm not talking exactly of the way, but what the data says and what is the intention doesn't match well.
Yeah,
The observation.
so that has been that is what has been the recent debate, and many of the writings have around that. Do we really need these kind of norms, and do we really need this kind of coercive bills, which again make women the victim of these kind of this kind of policies?
So this next question by Manu Sharma in the chat box.
Yeah. We can see that coercive popular. I think in the arena of reproductive health, because reproductive health is not only about contraceptive requirement, but it is a very large domain. And yes, government intervention is required, and we see that primary healthcare has a major role around it. Unfortunately, the large primary healthcare system, when we see as which is being now termed as the health and wellness clinics in many of the states, earlier which was termed as sub-center, primary healthcare center, and community health center in some states. In some states, they were termed as block health centers or the rural hospitals. These centers actually have a very critical role to play, and there is a need to expand beyond maternity healthcare services, which can address the different kinds of other reproductive health issues, which often go untouched at the primary healthcare level. And your comment, and at the same time, there is a need for the health workforce at the primary healthcare level to be not only trained in terms of what are the kinds of services that has to be delivered, but what is reproductive health care, what is sexual health care, what is respectful health care. I think there is a training which is required, not only in terms of the standard protocol of the services, but how to deliver them more respectfully to the women across religious and social background, which is also culturally acceptable to the women and the household people. Also, we can see that contraceptives like diaphragms. It is important that, as you have said, diaphragm, cervical caps are least used compared to the sterilization techniques. And I think these are to be understood. See, sterilization techniques are surgical interventions, and surgical interventions is a place where a doctor has a role to play, and each surgical intervention is budgeted in terms of certain costs. So sterilization camps are still propagated, and they work as very informal targets. So each intervention, each surgical intervention is seen as one operation, and that has a cost to bear. So it's a very interesting how your diagnostic tools, surgical things, the market around it, and your contraceptive techniques work. So it's a very, these are both technology, market, and the medical knowledge is enmeshed, which also, I didn't go into that arena. It's if you see into the research, it has a much more investment from the market side also. So surgery is an arena where market is interested in, and public health is also geared in in terms of that. Whereas cervical caps, diaphragm will be short term, they're not long term things. So the population policy is not interested in that.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? One last question, if you can admit. Anyone in the audience wants to ask question? One last question. Ma'am, those are the set of questions.
Yeah.
And I hand over to Alvin Nadisosa.
Good evening to you all. This is the end of the session third by Dr. Vijaya Roy, Assistant Professor at the Center for Women's Development Studies, New Delhi. She spoke on reproductive rights and public health. She spoke on the various statistical data on the various programs by the government, as well as the schemes or the status of women, starting from the birth, till the death. All the statistical report were shown. She also spoke on family planning and how the social stigma on the contraceptive services, as well as on the menstrual period, and how it affects the women education and our status in the society. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insight on this topic.
Thank you.
Also thank Dr. Priya Shetty for giving introductory remark as well as welcoming the guests. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. Shakila Hegde for moderating the session. Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the participants for the questions that you have asked and also being a good audience listening to the session. As we come to the end of the session third by different resource person as well as a keynote address by international resource person. So here I invite the students to give your insight on the topic of reproductive choice of women and fundamental right. On your insight, what do you feel on these rights, so that we also give recommendation to the National Commission of Women on the your recommendation as well.
I think the students who have taken the responsibility. I'm sure. Madam Vijaya Roy, I mean, we are very happy to have you, and I'm sure that made a huge difference to us in the way you have handled the session. Now, I think we thought it's a part of the whole day's program. We will involve our students. That is the concern that probably we have at the Department of Political Science and also NCW. So I think this half an hour, we would like to actually listen to the students and see how they can actually take it forward. So over to Vidula from second BA, and then we have degree students and the postgraduate students would be given a chance. I wish that you restrict your delivery for almost 3 to 4 minutes, and then we will have a discussion. Rest of the students, be sure you have some questions and you interact.
A very good evening to everyone gathered here. Today's webinar on reproductive choices of women, a fundamental right, was very informative and insightful. Right from the keynote address and through all the sessions, I have gained a lot of insights, not only on reproductive rights, but specifically its connection with human rights and its importance in a larger context, that is, in society. Through the keynote address, we gained several insights. We gained a general overview on the causes that lead to discrimination against women, statistics of cases of domestic violence and other assaults against women, and what steps can be taken to prevent them in future. The other resource persons have elaborately explained the reproductive rights from different dimensions, constitutional, social, and public health related. This webinar has made us more aware of human rights and in particular those of women. I personally have gained a lot of insight in depth on several aspects of reproductive rights. I hope that my friends and I, who have witnessed this knowledgeable webinar, will carry these insights with us, reflect on them, and try assimilating them into our mindset and thought processes so that it reflects in our behavior and action. I thank the Department of Political Science for organizing this resourceful session in association with the NCW, which will certainly go a long way in building an egalitarian and just human society where everyone's rights are recognized and respected. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you, speakers, for all of the knowledge that you've shared. And since all of you all are working in this field, I think as sitting in a classroom, our perspective is very different from what you have in the field working with women who are actually facing these problems. One question that I had was that we always, every time that you spoke of reproductive health, you started off from pregnancy. What about before pregnancy, right? So my point is that there's a lot of rural women, ma'am just said, who do not have access to menstrual hygiene products. So why isn't it a national policy to provide menstrual hygiene products along with, say, ration? If you have a ration card for nutrition, why isn't there some package that allows for menstrual hygiene products to be distributed to those who are below poverty line? Or is there any provision of that sort?
First of all, I'd like to thank the speakers for the valuable, insights on this topic. And what resonated with me the most is Ms. Norana's points about how men also need to be included in the conversation when we talk about gender, because we are not the only gender, women who exist. Even men exist, and they also need to have some responsibility in how we live. And it is, and also that, there are many laws that. Men also need to be included in the conversation. And we also, Ms. Roy, she talked about the reproductive rights. She talked about the components of reproductive rights. And also about the discrimination against menstruation. Menstruation is a very common part of life. Almost all people who have a uterus will go through menstruation. And then, but still we have to pay for these products, even though it's a normal part of life. And I don't know how many of you remember, but then a few years ago, they removed taxes from this chudiya and all, and this sindoor. But then they never removed taxes from pads, which was supposed to be essential. So I just wanted to talk about this, and I would like to thank the Political Science Department for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for this valuable insight into all these topics that we generally talk about when we're sitting with friends, especially girls. I don't know how many boys discuss about this, but there was one particular point that I thought of was reading about was the virginity test. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have heard about it and a lot of people have not. So this usually happens we think it happens in older communities, but the reality is that even in the current society that we live in, a lot of people that you might know would be conducting these virginity tests on the newlywed wives. So they check the bed sheet if it's red or not after the first night. So this one point is very heartbreaking for every woman, because the point is that virginity can be lost even without having a intercourse. Especially the people who do sports would know that the virginity can be broken even without intercourse. So what do we as a community, as the government do to make people aware about this point about the virginity test? What can we do to ban this? It is banned for, say, rape victims, but in the communities it is still practiced. So I think we all should, in a way, try to bring out this point, talk about it so that it can be, banned.
I think one very important question she asked was, why not this package too? I mean, why not part of relation card? There should be some ways. I think you must be knowing that we have had a welfare state which actually functioned for a longer time before, but very recently, you must be knowing, because of the kind of state that we have and the forces of globalization, today it has actually relegated to what we call safety nets. Students, I think this was this webinar, the Department of Political Science held with the technical team and the college and many more who were involved, NCW is involved in this, to make it more helpful to the society through you. What you can do probably is a question that we wanted to ask you today. Because finally, with all that, I think some of you might not even understand the significance of it today, but I'm sure in the second year value education book, we have added up some of these aspects to your syllabus so that you can understand the significance of all this. All of us, I think most of us here, I think are going to have a family, and all of us come from the family. So that is very important for us to understand that these reproductive choices are a very significant, concept, and we need to actually dwell on that. Any students still want to have a question? Some of your questions which are not answered, probably can put up now for another 5 minutes, and then we will have Sir Alvin here to actually give you the overview of the whole program today and what is the intention of us to have this particular webinar. Any questions in the audience? No questions? Yes, yes.
So again, all of us college graduates, all of us here, there's actually a couple of things that we can do starting as soon as you step out from here. So like, be aware of the fact that your language is gendered. When you say, hey guys, not everyone here is a guy. There's girls. There's people who don't identify with the gender that they are assigned to. So stop using words. When you swear, a lot of swear words are female gender. That is a power dynamic right there. Like when you say that a woman's body has to be victimized for you to feel powerful, stop doing that. Yeah. So these are things that we can do as soon as we step out to, again, the point of feminism or the point of reproductive rights is not because we want women to have rights, but because every person has rights because they're human. And that is way before them being of any gender. So the point of feminism is human rights. So again, feminism is against patriarchy or against the concept that a person has to behave a certain way because they're a certain gender. So as liberating as it is for women, it is also for men. And if you understand the concept, you will also come to see that. Thank you very much.
Representation here. We had Vidula, we had Swati,
Fiona, and we had Jane. Okay, Jane. I think there may be many students who would like to be part of such interactions. We hope to have such interactions in the future. You need to train yourself sometimes to be part of this beautiful society so that everybody feels equal, respected, and have their dignity respected. Okay. Over to Sir Holwyn. The final comments.
As we end today's international webinar on reproductive rights of women, let me give a brief summary on today's webinar. We began with the introductory remark by Reverend Dr. Praveen Martis, SJ. He spoke that we should not fight for the rights, it should be given to us. It is not a fight for, this webinar is not for a fight, it's just for gender sensitization. We all should live with dignity, and reproductive rights connects with the dignity of an individual. As we began with the keynote address by Ute Ritz, the instructor at SUNY Cortland State University, University of New York, she spoke on the reproductive choice of women, a fundamental right at the global level. She spoke about United Nations, the basic rights, and what is the status of women at the global level. We all think that the status of women is low. It's only in the Asian countries or South Asian, or especially in India. But she said that it is throughout the whole world. It's not only in a developing countries, it also is available, the status of women, low status of women, even at the global level. As we began our technical session, first by Ms. Flavia Agnes on women's rights, she's a women's rights lawyer. She spoke on reproductive rights of women and Indian Constitution. She began with the basic fundamental rights like 14, 15, 19, 21, and so on. And she also spoke on the medical termination of pregnancy in a large content. She spoke on the basic rights that are available for the women in the medical termination of pregnancy. She spoke also on the different cases, how the rape cases where instead of asking women permission, there were instances where the permission of the husband or the fathers were sick. She also spoke on different cases of POSCO Act, where only the skin touch was considered by the Mumbai High Court was considered as a violation. When there is a no skin touch, it is not considered as a violation of the right, which was changed by the Supreme Court judgment. As we began with the second technical session by Dr. Rita Norona, Director, Center for Development Studies and Education of Mangaluru, on reproductive rights of women and area of gender sensitization. She spoke on the need of men as well as women in the gender sensitization. It's not only in the reproductive rights of women, it also should include men also in that. And what are the roots of gender sensitization? She spoke on the patriarchy society which is there in the society, and also the hierarchy which is available by different methods of culture that we have. We spoke on the literature that is there, or the films, or the movies, advertisements, or even the textbook that we spoke on, where the gender patriarchy or hierarchy is shown. She also, thirdly, she spoke on the mindset which is main responsible for the gender discrimination that takes place in the society. At the end, she spoke on sexual repression in the patriarchy society, which makes the people to carry in their mindset on about the discrimination about the women. On the last, we had a session by Dr. Vijay Roy, Assistant Professor at the Center for Women's Studies, Women Development Studies, Delhi. She spoke on reproductive rights and public health. She gave different programs that are available by the government, different schemes available by the government for the pregnant women as well as for the delivery, as well as contraceptive services that are available that are used by different statistical reports. family planning that are available and how it is only forced on the women for the family planning, and the percentage, yes, she has shown how many percentage of men use these permanent family planning methods. As we come to this end of the session, the gender statement that were made by everyone as well as the questions, I would conclude that reproductive rights is connected with the right to life and personal liberty, or we can call it as a privacy. So it is my body and it is my right. No one has got right over my body uh, as it is considered as right to life. As students work on the connection with the virginity or connection with the textbooks that are available or in the movies, I'd like to tell the virginity does not remain in my vagina or in my penis. It remains in my head or in my brain. So if as Dr. Rita has spoken about two moms, those who were traveling, it is, I think we carried, those ideas of virginity or ideas of pure or impure. I think we need to change our mindset in the society by considering or giving dignity of life and equality of status. Thank you, one and all.
Sure, the vote of thanks is done. When I ask a question, what am I doing here? Students, I must tell you on repeat what Swati has told you today. And I'm sure there are many of us who are actually put to this kind of a tension sometimes, kind of language that we use because of this particular webinar today. Can I hope that among the one who are part of our online as well as I think our students who are here, can there be a change in our language, which is gender sensitive, the way we talk to each other, and also we consider women. I think started with the statement that feminism is not making women strong. Women are already strong. But how the society perceives the capacity of women is the question. I hope I leave it to you, and I wish that all of us grow in this society, gender sensitive, and also, have a beautiful world which respect each other, respect the nature, respect each one of us. Thank you very much for all this. Special thanks to our technical team here. I think Glenn may not be but they have been here throughout, and I thank profusely Glenn, because since yesterday he's working with us and he has spent a lot of time with us. Thank you, Glenn, and thank you, your team. I also thank Mr. Godwin, the maintenance officer, and the college principal, the rector, and all of them who have supported in this particular endeavor. Thank you so much. I wish that our journey to make a difference to the society begin as you go out of this portal. Thank you very much.
That has been shared in the Zoom platform and the YouTube platform. We thank three departments in particular, the Department of Social Work, Post-Graduation Studies, Department of Economics, Post-Graduation Studies, and Department of English, Post-Graduation Studies for participating in this webinar. I thank all the faculty members from these departments for allowing the students to participate and also for their participation. Thank you so much. Those who have finished filling the YouTube, the feedback form on YouTube and Zoom platform, after you are filling the form and submission, you can leave both the platforms.